Hello, hello, hello. We're live. We're live. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. How are y'all doing? Um, and welcome back welcome to the 2026 Kaiser versus the World stream. Glad to see everybody back here. As many as y'all could be, It's gonna be a variety stream. And joining me, this time around will be co-host Serial Naval Gazer CBF, and of course Periodic Pete, who clearly doesn't want to kill me for stealing a joke right before stream started.
Why are we talking about Lily? Spider-Man's Why are we talking about Lily? Ruby's getting killed by Broly.
Wait, Kaiser, your mic sounds kind of bad. What happened?
It is a little bit. It's like a little. I won't say like the sensitivity is a little bit high, and it's coming out kind of. It's a little bit better now. I think. I don't know if that's just because you're talking a little bit softer.
Okay, hello.
I don't know.
I lowered the gain on it on both ends, both electronically and in freaking OBS. Does it sound better?
Yeah, I think it's also just because. Oh wait, am I also really quiet?
Am I also really quiet at that point?
Like,
are we all just quiet?
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe.
Are we all that character from fucking Metal Gear Solid or whatever?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. I turned up my mic's gain a little bit. I don't know if that helped a little bit.
All quiet.
You guys are really quiet. Okay, hold on. What? How is that possible? I know I've lowered the gain a little bit. Hold on. Am I better?
Okay, apparently I'm fine. It's just y'all who are the problem.
CBF, you're fine. I think maybe it's because I have like Pete I know I have Pete at like 100% on. Okay, Pete's good. Am I good?
Yeah. Listening to the stream.
Okay, yes, Jake the Surgeon says yes. All right, we're going to go with that. All right, so.
All right, cool.
DJWT, Miles Saxon, Kai Zero, Eric, Jake Surgeon, Josh, how y'all doing?
Jake, oh no, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Jake, I saw that video that you posted in Kaiser's chat. I've been meaning to check that out.
Yeah, because like it relates to Sir Superhero, who I watch a lot of his stuff because he just talks about different obscure Marvel things, and I'm all like, yes, that way I don't have to do fucking wiki crawls. It's like every day, I mean every other month, I do like a wiki crawl, in like the Marvel wiki, and just pick a different character. I'm all like, yeah, let's see what's going on with them, today, I guess. Kaiser, you watched Hazbin Hotel. We all did.
Yeah,
and
unfortunately,
we might kind of sort of regret it a little bit. Kaiser, what's wrong with my? Like, I can hear you, but you sound like you're recording in a microwave. Is it? I don't know. Everybody else says it's fine.
When you said we all did, you kind of like burped out for a bit. So I don't know if like that's related.
It might be because of like the new laptop. This is the first time I'm streaming with a new laptop. Is it still happening like that?
It's not as. Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as it was before. Is this the mic on your laptop, or is this like a mic on a?
Yeah, this is my Blue Yeti mic that I always use.
Oh, gotcha.
Spider-Man fans still suffering? Absolutely. Apparently, oh yeah. So like, Sir Superhero made a video, I think a couple months back, talking about Power Rangers and how they're like cops or whatever. I didn't watch it because like I'm not really into Power Rangers like that as much as I used to, but it sounds a little weird. Guys, when you get really loud, the mic starts the peak or static. Okay, that's strange. I guess I'll just lower the gain on the mic itself.
Oh yeah, the whore that is Adam from Hazbin Hotel, the second worst character of Hazbin Hotel.
Yes.
Second only to Charlie herself.
Charlie is fucking terrible. Yes. Unfortunately, guys, this will be a very, very interesting video. Completely by virtue of the fact that it is Lily Orchard, and we agree that Hazbin Hotel sucks. So so the question is, how long will it take for us to stop agreeing, for that to change, for us to actually come to Hazbin Hotel's defense? That's what we're gonna play here, people.
That is the amazing thing about Lily Orchard. Oh, sorry, excuse me for dead naming. CD's nuts.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, CD call.
Sorry.
See that like the thing about Lily is that even when you're always in for a good time with her videos, because even when you agree, you'll still find a shit take somewhere in the fecal matter to sift through. Yes. The visual fecal matter that was just plopped up to your feed.
Oh, by the way, guys, this is gonna be a segment on YouTube, so good, give me good luck to find some visual to describe fecal matter.
Oh man, and this fucking spoiler alert, we actually did watch a decent bit of this before some stuff came up, so we all know it doesn't take very long.
Yeah, so chat, I want y'all to bet how long that takes before we get in, okay?
Oh, and by the way, to the person who asked if there's anyone we liked in Hazbin Hotel, Nifty's cool.
Nifty's good. Nifty is always fun.
Nifty is easily the best character. I'm partial to Vox, specifically from season 2. But like I also acknowledge that he's got some problems too, just a lot less than everyone else.
DJWT. I watched Josh Scorcher's response to her back when she went by Balls Fallen TLDR. Very little has changed. I mean, no, listen, I know. I've been around since those times. Don't tell me about the old texts, because I was there when they were written. All right, trust me, I understand. I know the lore. I had 2 entire streams going over the June the King stuff. You can watch them whenever you feel like it. You were the chosen one, Kaiser. You're the chosen one, Kaiser. You said you would defeat the Lily, not join them.
I think you want to try like turning down your sensitivity a little bit more. I don't know. It's like whenever you're loud, I think is when
that's wild.
Like
okay,
it peaks the most.
Yeah, I think whenever I like yell or do something like that, I'll have to get away from the mic, I guess.
Rip.
Yeah.
So it's like the opposite problem with me, where it's just like some things I have to get closer, because otherwise that's when the issues start.
If it makes you feel any better, I had that exact problem when I was recording for your video, CBF, is that I was recording all of it and I was like, oh man, I think that was a really good take. And I went out to like edit it. I was noticing, oh, there's quite a few peaks in this. And then after I got in like about 5 minutes in, I zoomed out and I was like, oh, it's all peaks. Okay. So I had to
On that note, everyone, stay tuned for my next video where these guys will be joining me to talk about why Charlie Morningstar is an anti-Sue. Yeah. You don't know what an anti-Sue is? Think the opposite of a Mary Sue, but the quality is just as low.
Yeah.
It's proof that horseshoe theory exists.
It's the opposite extreme.
You are welcome for that segue, by the way.
Yeah. And Kaiser, my tier list. Vox, like, I want to like Vox more, but there are definitely some issues. I think he's an okay villain, but holy crap, he'd be so much better if the heroes weren't fucking morons all the time. It would make him more threatening and more fun. Yes. And also, he's like one of the only characters who gets really obnoxious when it comes to swearing. Like, I rarely have a problem with characters swearing in shows.
Right.
Vox is the main exception.
Yeah.
Yeah. His VA is definitely carrying a lot
110%.
The character. Just a lot of like the enjoyment I get from him is just carried by the performance.
So useless trash for no reason. Yeah, essentially.
And Alistair is frustrating because like I like him kinda, but he worked better as a vibe, and especially as what he was in the pilot, than the kind of confused mess he is now.
Yeah.
He and Charlie are both on Fraud Watch, by the way. Actually, no, Charlie is straight up going in the fraud category. Yeah. Put her in the potential man meme with Megami.
Or
she is more useless and sidelined than Sakura on a bad day. Yes, that's Sakura from Naruto.
Yeah, would you say she's more sidelined than Ruby is?
Ruby
easily. Yeah.
So far. At least comparing early Ruby to early Charlie, because this is apparently going to be like 5 seasons. Oh yeah, 100%.
Yep. All right. Well, with
Ruby does more
all
in the first half of fucking volume 1
Yep.
than Charlie does in both seasons.
That is true. Also, I'm trying to see. Okay, I can full screen and watch together. So, with all that being the case, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. What the fuck? Hazbin Hotel discourse is still dumb. So who knows, guys? Maybe Lily has a point. There's a diamond beneath the orchard rough. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready? Also, I
Yeah.
see that the fucking thing is misaligned. Fuck.
Damn.
See, we're already facing scuff, ladies and gentlemen. We love it here. Don't worry. I blame Raymond for this.
The fucking bird, man, I swear. That fucking bird. You need to
it looks good
kill
now.
the Phoenix. Phoenix down, no, down the Phoenix.
Down with the Phoenix, yeah, yo. Well, careful, you're beginning to sound like Answer Seeker every time a new Fixing Ruby video comes up. Which, by the way,
like the one that just dropped for all of Volume 7, which I still need to see.
Yeah, I still need to see that fixing. I haven't seen any of it. I wanted the whole thing to drop first, before I jump into it. But I'd be very interested to see how they improved it. Already, he killed off Robin. Spoilers. So already that's better in my book, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about y'all.
I hate that I have to agree because that's Christina V's character.
Yeah.
We love Christina V in this house.
We do.
CD like Sister Pain should instantly be invalidated.
I don't believe you guys. Come on, guys. But anyway,
we all know. So Lily, we agree. Hazbin discourse is really dumb.
Okay.
But so are you. Let's find out why.
Hey, again, let's not bury the lead, guys. Let's get started.
Okay.
Now, what are you all doing here? Hasn't my rapist of a sister driven the last of you away yet?
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Yeah.
Who the fuck starts a video like that? I just sat down.
Why are you cosplaying as your sister?
Fuck. Jesus Christ. Also, chat, can y'all hear the video?
And yeah, there's ample reason to hate Courtney Pete too.
Yeah, they're both fucking
with her handling of the
psychos.
Saber, especially with the Saber Spark situation and her involvement in that. But
yep.
Lily, you're a rapist.
Yeah. Okay, they can hear it. All right, we're good.
Yeah.
Instant. I just love this. Okay, I'm so glad that the build up towards this moment was so long and lengthy, because now I can start the video and we don't have to get demonetized because of this.
Yeah.
Fuck me, dude.
Like, imagine just instantly after all the video, we just start a video and you just get freaking blasted by a cannon.
Let's just do it. Let's just hear it again. Let's hear it again, guys.
Yeah.
Huh? Now, what are you all doing here? Hasn't my rapist of a sister driven the last of you away yet? Well, you're here. Might as well entertain you somehow. How's the Hazbin Hotel discourse been Oh, that is something. All right, fine. I'm in a discoursing mood. Here's some talking points about Hazbin Hotel Season 2.
Yeah, hey guys, we're gonna talk about a fun, quirky cartoon. By the way, my sister's a rapist.
Like, when like a big thing that like when lawyers advise you to do when you're like under scrutiny for like major bad shit is to not talk about the bad shit.
It's like that video of that Jay Longbone made about R. Kelly and the interview that he had, and she like had this green screen where it's like, hey, shut the fuck up! Like he said, there really are girls that are on chains. There really are girls that are in chains right now, and they can't get out. And she has this green screen where it's like his lawyer be like, hey, shut the fuck up!
I just imagine his PR lawyers like the freaking Zay Dante skit from Drake's lawyer. a PR lawyer was like, I hate this job.
Yeah.
Gets a call from Kendrick. I heard you was conflicted.
But like it's true. If you don't fucking want like more people to fucking scrutinize you for it, like the less attention you draw to it, the better. Like that.
Then don't bring it up. Yeah.
Also, Miles Saxon, yeah, there was a Saberspark situation. Basically,
and we
a
had
lot
a
of false
whole
accusations.
stream about it in the freaking Team Jack podcast. But the long and short of it is that he was falsely accused of raping another a YouTuber named Emu Emmy. And this lie was perpetuated by Courtney Pete, I Love Kim Possible a lot, and a couple of bronies that are mad at a fucking voice actor. And basically all those allegations seems to be false, and he managed to disprove it. So, luckily we avoided. Basically, he's another Quite situation, right? So
pretty much, yeah. And now KP's reputation is firmly in the mud, and now she's trying to sue people.
So.
And
that's so fucking brain dead. That's so mad.
And Courtney Pete was shouting down other survivors during the preview of like that vid that quickly got taken down, or live stream of it that got taken down.
Yeah,
and basically said, "Hey, Mr. Enter, you said you prefer to get raped than to be accused of it. Then I hope you get raped."
Fuck? Oh my god!
What the hell?
Imagine hearing someone say, "Oh, I'd rather be essayed than accused of it," and then they just go,
"Bro,
good.
What?
I hope that happens to you." Then, like, what the?
What the?
Yeah, I think just from the orchard tree all the way down, it's rotten. Okay.
Yep, Kaiser, indeed, she is. That's why she's suing people, and no one is happy.
Guys, we're supposed to be agreeing with Lily right now. We're supposed to be agreeing with her. So we agree.
In a sense,
we agree with Lily that Courtney's a bitch, okay? So
we agree that KP is awful too. Yeah. Because remember, they distance themselves from each other too.
Yeah.
Just like Lio and Ed are like, yeah, no, fuck KP now too.
I mean, we're supposed to be agreeing with her, but I can't find a single thing to agree about why the fuck you would bring any of this up in a video where it's not like remotely relevant.
Shock value, I guess.
I guess so.
Because CD's nuts is just like that, okay, Pete?
I guess so.
That I think are really dumb. This is something I heard through the grapevine more than once, that Season 2 focused on male characters too much. That's not really the problem. The problem was too much focus on male characters that aren't interesting. I don't really...
not even close. Vox is very potentially interesting.
I guess it also depends on... Like, yeah, Wait, what is she saying that about specifically Season 2 or like the whole show as a whole?
Season 2 specifically. She's highlighting that this is a criticism that people in had during Season 2.
Why? That's a Season 1 issue too?
Yeah, people were complaining about that in Season 1 as well. That's where the Alistair fraud accusations came from.
Like, it's
like, even I knew this, and I only watched this show because CBF dragged my ass into all of this, thanks buddy, about last month.
Hey, to be fair, we can blame Pete for this. He was the curious one too.
This is my fault!
I'm taking you down with me!
No!
But anyway, like, yeah, like... The problem isn't that, like, oh, the male characters aren't potentially interesting. All of them are interesting, I would say.
Cough Angel being, like, at the top of them all. Like, it still fails in, like, certain areas, but, like, you can't say that the whole situation with Angel and just the fact that he's in a redeeming kind of situation is not interesting as a concept.
Yeah, like Next says, what's a man who won the whole 9 yards does, whatever it takes to try to get advantage over others. I find it interesting. Yeah, like... Again, Lily just does not know how to, like, frame her language in a way that sounds like a review of the show, but it is what it is. Anyway.
Take issue with the writers who would rather focus on one gender over another. I take issue when a male-centric writer is degrading their female characters to do it. And for the most part, Hazbin Hotel doesn't do that, except for Charlie, but at this point I think Madrano just never really had a conception for Charlie's character. I think that...
You know what? Yeah, we can agree on that front.
First, CD's nuts W question mark?
Listen, guys, we found it. The best CD call video.
we agree.
Complaint-
Charlie sucks.
Yeah.
She is a bad main character, and she's somehow degraded and like sidelined by the show.
Yeah.
We did it. We agreed.
Yo,
Video's over, guys. Bye.
Yeah, 45 seconds in. We don't need to watch the rest of it.
Nah. Too late.
No, too late. We got 19 more minutes.
Anyway.
It's like when fucking Fat Man ended his Volume 4 review. 10 minutes,
Yeah.
10 minutes, and he's like, and that's why it's perfect. They did everything I said they should do.
Are they gone?
Ignore the last hour, next hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Were they gone?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. We can get back into it. Fuck, what happened?
Just never really had a conception for Charlie's character. I think this complaint comes from two places. For one, Medrano did explicitly say that Hell of a Boss was more male-centric, while Hazbin Hotel was more female-centric, but creators often say completely false things about their own works in interviews all the time. I've lost track over the last few years how many times creators...
Okay, but like that doesn't mean that people shouldn't be mad about that. Like, you were literally promised a product, and then you got the opposite product.
Yeah, and to be fair, I feel like... at least it makes sense to outline that as a reason why people have this critique, because, yeah, that's a reasonable reason to have this critique. This was, like, people have endlessly complained, including me, about the fact that Hell of a Boss has aggressively sidelined its female cast. And there's a pretty good vid about the show's misogyny. And so it's like, Vivian's like, hey, that's going to be the male-centric show. This sister show, the original thing, now that it's getting its full show, will be the more female-centric one. And now people are saying, okay, except that didn't quite happen, now did it?
Yeah, exactly.
You ever find it interesting how often she brings up Sylvanas in a video? But
I fucking know.
But I can't remember the last time that she made a video that was strictly about World of Warcraft.
Yeah, the last one she made, from what I remember, was like, what, 3 years ago?
I'm not gonna judge someone for like having an obsession with like a character or a particular game or something like that. It's just weird that obsession doesn't show up in your portfolio.
Oh yeah, because she feels like she said all she needed to say about it. Also, Kai Zero, you are absolutely right. Lily is maintaining the heavyweight shadowboxing champion belt right on her by saying a bunch of people are saying X, Y, and Z without showing a single bit of evidence. We'd love to see it here, people.
She hasn't even shown the tweet yet.
No.
Where this was all said.
I mean, she's shown this, but like people saying whatever about Hazbin Hotel and saying that like, oh, the male characters are a bit more centered or whatever. Like that isn't happening. Also, Jake the Surgeon. Go ahead.
I'm almost surprised she didn't bring up any Ruby volume commentary because we know people like Fat Man have actively dissected how so much of what they talk about runs counter to what actually happened in the show. And Lily also hates Ruby.
Yeah.
Hey, another thing we can agree with her on. Ruby's bad.
God. Oh my god. This video might be shorter than I thought. Jake the Surgeon for $5. Never trust someone who models themselves after a chart of atomic weight of elements. No AU to be found.
Okay. First of all, you're not wrong. I did, but like, second of all, we don't talk about what happened with my my meth career. Okay, we don't talk about my cooking days. All right,
we don't talk about that Pontiac Aztec you totally used to have. That ugly
we certainly do not talk about the death toll. We don't talk about the number of people who died. We don't talk about Hank.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, that was in the past. Okay. Yeah. And if you have any questions about that, you can defer to my lawyer.
Yeah, just ask.
You just like hear electric guitar starts playing, slowly gets louder.
Jesus Christ.
And no,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
it turns
gonna
out no,
edit
that's
that
a bait and switch. It's actually Jakey, and Jakey, attorneys at law.
in. Fuck. But yeah, freaking Ryan Carson, I think he nailed this on the head with this specific point. Boy, I would have loved it if Freeran falsely advertised the show as being about Freeran, only to pivot to a different, completely character. Listen, it's their verbiage, not mine. And put more care in their story over Freeran's story. Yeah, exactly. That'd be fucking
Oh, you mean
maverick.
like I can make a kill?
Yes. People have the right.
Remember when
Lily has
everyone's wanted to
complained
show-
about this. Lily's complained about characters being sidelined constantly in her videos.
Yeah, remember when everyone saw Akame make a kill and it's like, oh, Akame. Wait, who's this? Who's this
Tatsuya
male
guy.
dork?
Yeah.
Who's this dork?
Yeah, who's this dork?
I want the hot I want the hot black-haired lady who kills people and has a cool sword. Why
Yeah.
we gotta follow this guy more?
Well, because the main character has to be as generic looking and as generic in general as possible.
I mean, we gotta
We can't
insert
have-
ourselves into him as as humanly
Yeah,
possible.
how else are we supposed to insert ourselves into someone who isn't the most generic person imaginable?
Yeah. Come on.
Kill
man.
his shoe.
Skilly shoe. Anyway.
Is Pete Walter White? No, but I am the one who knocks.
And we're going to keep knocking on this video. We're a minute.
We'll be knocking
Oh,
on
hold
heaven's doors soon, I think.
Oh my god, man.
Knock, knock, knocking.
Well,
Wait, what?
that might be a
One,
problem
Madrano did
considering
explicitly
a
say
piss laser was fired
Yep.
through it.
Oh, sorry. I think the audio was
I-
fucking.
For one,
I was
Madrano did
saying,
explicitly say that Hell of a Boss was more male-centric, while Hazbin Hotel was more female-centric, but creators often say completely false things about their own works in interviews all the time. I've lost track over the last few years how many times creators would get the details of their own story wrong, only to have people accept it as gospel. So I've always had a policy of just never taking interviews into account at all. Personally, I think creators need to stop doing these interviews. They're just loaded with lore questions, and I think fandom needs to stop taking them seriously. But second,
What do you mean stop taking them seriously? If anything, shouldn't the standard be that the writers should make more accurate information to spread to the public and keep it consistent? Why
Yeah,
not just
like,
do that instead?
Like I don't entirely
somewhat get it.
like I don't entirely disagree with like the statement that like yes, sometimes people do take the word of certain writers too much as gospel, but like I say that more so in like the circumstances where like the writer very obviously does not understand what they're writing, i.e. like
Ruby Volume
the-
8
Yeah.
with this metal having like fucking the fact that Ironwood's semblance had to be explained what it actually even was outside of the show, like in a Q&A panel or something, instead of being a thing in the show. And
Mhm.
that's supposed to be our justification for why he was so fucking stubborn.
Yeah.
No. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's freaking stupid. Like, it doesn't. Like, again, this is Lily's problem. She always thinks all of this stuff is a zero-sum game when it's not. We can have it both ways. We can have creatives giving interviews with people while also giving accurate ass information within the show itself that fleshes out the story and makes the story better. Like, you don't have to pick one or the other.
And while in fairness, she did specifically say like interviews like these where they like clarify and answer certain things. That's also not necessarily a problem. It's only really a problem when the show is like badly written and people are confused about things that they weren't supposed to be like confused or like forced to really rack their
Yeah.
brains about in any real way.
Yeah, people can be stupid sometimes when it comes to shit,
yeah, people can.
This
be
also
stupid
wasn't even an
sometimes.
interview anyway, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. People can be stupid at times. Case in point, this video.
at all. Personally, I use they're just loaded with lore questions, and I think fandom needs to stop taking them seriously. But second, Hazbin
that's the
Hotel
other
is a
thing,
very
is that-
big sapphic.
Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Well,
right.
I was gonna say like that's the other thing. Like I agree with the idea that like people shouldn't take writer's word as gospel when like what they're saying very obviously does not fit with what they wrote. But like I don't see why it's a problem that people want to ask like these kinds of things or figure out more about, like that's not a reason not to want to know the more elaboration from like the author in general. That's just an issue of like people not understanding when the author clearly does not understand what they're writing.
Also,
Jake
take note of this.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you first.
Jake DeSurgeon for $2. Thank you very much, buddy. His semblance was a spectrum of errors.
But yeah, like this was something, especially in hindsight, now that we know what goes on later. This is a seed being sprouted for the whole general anti-fandom sentiments that Lily really holds.
Yeah.
And like, sure, I have my criticisms of fandom culture anyway, but to be like specifically anti-fandom culture often requires
if you are a collection
and a psychotic sanctimonious
if
piece
you
of shit
are a
worst.
collection of human beings within a fandom and you don't always act completely reasonable like 110% of the time, Lily will get ass mad about you for like an entire month, if not, sorry, an entire year, sorry, an entire 2 years, sorry, and then you know what I mean.
Yes.
Like,
she would just get mad. She would just get mad.
Yes.
Like, it's mad. It feels like she will definitely get mad at like fandoms for being fandoms. Not even in the sense of fandoms actually doing anything wrong, but more so just like she just has a bone to pick with fandoms in general, especially certain fandoms. Not which we'll get into later. Not even fandoms of specific shows. Just
she just has a bone to pick in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of,
is loaded with lore questions. Seriously. But second, Hazbin Hotel has a very big sapphic audience from the pilot who generally feel betrayed that the show is a sausage fest. To those people, I'd like to say, come the fuck on. Half the characters are in the Tumblr sexy man suit. Lucifer may as well be the Onceler with horns. You should already know exactly what Madrano's taste in character design and characters are. Tumblr sexy men were not exactly something that appealed to people with interesting tastes or who would make interesting characters. They appealed to a very
case in fucking point for what I just said.
Shit, dude. Okay. 2 minutes in. I mean, no less than 2 minutes in, and Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Okay.
You shouldn't have expected anything because you know her tastes and they're boring. Like,
yeah,
what does
some
that
weird
mean?
ass profiling, dog.
What?
Like, okay, okay, just because you have zany Tumblr or Deviant RS designs does not necessarily mean that you're not gonna care about making decent characters or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. That's really, really wild. I understand what she's trying to say because I feel like, yes, but like to steel man her a little bit. We've said this throughout our watch of the show, where our issue mainly is that Vivian has her favorite characters in general, regardless of design, and she has a huge trouble of balancing all of these ideas in her story together, and she just goes by the vibe in the seat of her pants. And the other writers have this exact same issue. It's not, that's another thing. It's not just Vivian who is writing this show, okay?
Or Helava.
Or Helava, for that matter, yeah. There are other people in charge of this shit. So other people could have checked her shit and told her to stop, or they all could have stopped, and they chose not to. It is what it is. How dare people expect quality from their stories? Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, bro.
You should have known better. You know,
like, I'm sorry, bro.
Bad stuff.
Vivian has been hyping this shit up ever since she got in the public sphere. She's had a YouTube channel before all of this, you know, showcasing her art and doing all of this other, you know, cringe DeviantArt stuff. And they've been hyping this shit up. And I'm sorry, bro, but in the wake of Cartoon Network becoming Teen Titans Go City, people want original animation that's actually fucking good, and they'll take what they can get. It is what it is. And and to be fair, the pilot showed some promise as far as people are concerned.
The pilot's better than almost everything in the actual show. And
Yeah.
on the note of that pilot, a lot of those Tumblr sexy man characters were either in the background or not even shown at all.
Yes.
Like, it was large. Like, the pilot was primarily Charlie, Vaggie, Angel, and Alistair. It was mainly those 4 characters, and even split with a few side characters coming in towards the end, those being Husk and Nifty, and then Pinches to get completely BTFO'd.
Yep. And also,
And I'm pretty sure also Cherry Bomb a little bit as well.
Yeah.
But like those were the main ones. That's
Go
still
ahead,
like a even gender ratio split with the main woman being the main one.
Yeah. Go ahead, Pete. I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh no, I think I was just clearing my throat.
Okay, but like it's even worse because this logic doesn't even make sense because Hazbin Hotel is literally the most marketable show humanly imaginable, including like all of the freaking female characters and shit. Like with how much fucking DeviantArt and fan art and stuff people have spread around online just off of the base designs alone. You're gonna sit here and tell me that fucking Vivian's like character design talents, like she saved the best for the men? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
and like the idea. Oh, go on.
I'm not even sure if I agree. Like at least in terms of because like I've never particularly cared for Alistair's design, at least for like the kind of character that he is. I mean, maybe that's just like the ears thing, but so yeah, like as far as we're just talking about male characters, anyways, I feel like that's kind of the point that you're trying to make is
really dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like the whole idea where it's just like, oh, you should have known better because she has boring taste. Like, okay, according to you, she has boring taste. That doesn't mean that people
shouldn't
still
be
like a
upset.
lot of these Tumblr sexy men and still liked a lot of what the main 2 were going on about. So they wanted to see what the main 2 in the pilot would be cooking when the show came out. That's not an unreasonable expectation, especially because this, like, the pilot predated both the main show and Hell of a Boss. So it's like, all right, a lot of people didn't really know that she had this penchant for a while, and some
exactly
like,
because we just had a pilot to go off of, and she didn't write anything, at least publicly, as far as I am aware, prior to that, except for what she, specific descriptions for characters that she had designed. But most importantly, there are other stories featuring, Tumblr sexy men-esque characters that are incredibly well written. Like I would 110% say that, I mean, Silco from Arcane season 1 on a base level definitely appeals to that crowd design wise. But guess what? He's a great character. Probably the best in that show. And then there's, of course, Amazing Digital Circus, which just blows the show out of the water in just, 7 episodes?
Mm-hmm. And, like, Jax is widely considered a Tumblr sexy man.
Yeah, I was going to ask if
he considered a Tumblr sexy man.
Really?
And it also has a main female character who has, like, a decent amount of focus in a character-driven show that dulls its focus relatively evenly across an ensemble cast, which includes a fair amount of women, like Gangle and especially Ragatha.
Yeah.
This show has no excuse, and to use the you should have.
It's Tumblr
because of this, and that.
It's Tumblr, so of course it's going to be bad. I'm like, bro, do you want anything to get better? What kind of elitist shit is this?
Again, it's like Alistair's kind of like the only design that I really don't particularly care. I don't really know like what point she's trying to make here.
She's trying to make the point that like, okay, it's going to be bad as a result because Vivian had the nerve of giving the characters interesting designs.
No, it's more so because
she was saying that they weren't interesting.
And I think this type is because you should have known that, especially the suffix, because she has a type, and that type is Tumblr sexy man, and I think that type is boring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I think that really only applies to Alistair. I don't know like who else you would even really point to in that regard.
Lucifer's design isn't great.
Nah, but like, listen, we're clearly not the target audience, right? You got for £5, but guys, writers are gods that never get things wrong about what they write, So we should never.
That's all right, then.
I would like to defer to you, to Ruby. I would like to defer you to the entire Star Wars sequel trilogy. And I would like
That's
to
pretty
also
cool.
defer you to what's a good one? What's a really
Unlimited
good
Blade
one?
Works.
You know what? Yeah, Unlimited Blade Works.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know how much Nasu talks about these things in terms of all lying creator shit, even though, funny enough, he has a reputation of being a lying creator, but that's more so because he keeps promising things that don't come out or saying, oh,
Oh, so
Fate,
he pulls a Square
Fate
Enix. There you
Encore
go.
is totally a show that can be watched standalone, even if you're kind of new to Fate, and everyone's just like, what? No! No, it can't!
Oh, Life
You
is
don't even
Strange.
know what's
Life is
going
Strange.
on!
Absolutely. Yeah. Never.
That's a good
Yeah,
one.
you're right. Life Lily's orcharding. Anyway, we're orcharding right now. We need to keep going.
Yeah. We're about to orchard.
Oh my god.
Just
appeal to people
Sprouts
with
and
interesting
apples.
tastes or who would make interesting characters. They appealed to a very boring type of straight or bisexual woman whose taste in men was skinny and more skinny, and that was it. On top of
Oh my god,
Exactly.
dude.
Like, yeah, that's literally what I was saying before. It's literally all about the fact that, oh, you should have known better not to expect better
Dog.
from her because she has what I consider to be boring ass taste.
Dude,
Boring ass
bo-
taste in question being checks notes skinny. Is
y-
that's
Skinny Tumblr
like-
sexy men. Because it's literally because she just doesn't like Tumblr sexy men.
Also,
That's
why the
all.
fuck? Why the fuck she
like,
specifically
also-
point out bisexual women? What the fuck?
But also, well, I mean, the thing is that like well, what she specifically said just now was as being boring was skinny and more skinny. And I mean, like, I'm not to fat shame, but like, what the hell is wrong with like being attracted to someone who's skinny?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. Also, like, why
You can tell
the
she
fuck?
has bad taste. You can tell that she probably hates Code Geass. Well, no wonder her taste sucks.
Both of
make
you
me
to
agree
assume
with
that
her
she would even
more,
bother
CBF.
watching. Both of you to assume that she would even watch Code Geass.
That's also
To be fair,
true.
yeah,
She
true.
would never
She
watch it.
fucking hates almost
No,
every
she would-
anime she's ever watched.
Dude, if
Oh, yeah.
she
Like-
couldn't stand fucking Pokemon, she's not gonna stand Kogias.
She
No.
couldn't stand
Is
card
there-
character Sakura, and that was
is
also
there-
Clamp, if I remember correctly.
Is there any mecha that she's watched?
Ah,
I
no,
have
keep
no
her away
idea.
from it.
Actually, wait a minute.
She'll keep her stuff away, and that's good.
Did she say that she liked Metabots? I have a
Oh.
I remember that there was like that collage of anime that she said that she liked, and like I think Metabots was in there. I don't remember if it was in the bad list or in the good one.
It would not surprise me, just because like Metabots was like, you know, always that was just like one of those kinds of shows that a lot of people who were really into anime and were like also from that generation kind of
Yeah.
grew up with, or like at least were exposed to in some way or another.
But
So, I
yeah,
mean,
this is like very insulting to like just I guess bi people. I don't know why bi people have to get caught in the fucking crossfire here. Lily,
I
stop
mean, some of
trying
them
to
will
make
like Tumblr
everything.
sexy men.
Stop
Forget-
trying. Stop trying to
forget
make.
bi people. What about skinny people? What about like being
Yeah.
skinny is boring to be attracted to?
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. That's something that most people are into in terms of just character design. That's why you see it
No,
everywhere.
like that's the thing. That's why she thinks it's boring because it's the more quote unquote normal mainstream
Yeah.
kind of thing for a lot of people to like.
Wow,
It's like,
you know what? That
okay,
explains why
what
her
does that
YouTube
have to
channel.
do with expecting better?
You know what?
Es-
That explains
especially expecting better from
her.
her female cast.
That explains her YouTube channel dying because she's definitely not appealing to anybody.
Ha. True, aside from a sycophants, but yeah, it's like what does that have to do with expecting better from the female cast?
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, I don't have any idea. What the fuck? How the fuck does that one contact? Okay, whatever.
was skinny and more skinny, and that was it. Plus, there's furries all over the place. You see, there's this article on Wikipedia. You can read about this. It's called White Torture, where they lock a prisoner of war in a completely white room and deprive them of all sensation. And that's what you get if you combine Tumblr sexy men with furries, the two most boring things in the entire history of the universe. Madrona's characters are all built from pre-built.
Okay, so
How
now we know
many
that.
characters-
So now we know that Lily has. Okay, here's what I think happened. Okay, you know, all right. This is the Lily math. Okay, Lily is clearly frames her entire media consumption off of who she is mad at. So My theory, okay, Kaiser cut theory, is that Lily pissed off both the Tumblr sexy men community, okay, and the furries somehow, which makes sense. She was a My Little Pony fan. And so she is just projecting her hatred towards them on the Hazbin Hotel. That's my theory.
Also, how many characters in Hazbin actually like? I know there were some, but like, genuine question: how many of them were furries? Because I thought that like most of the furries were like over in Helava. So
I mean,
like,
yeah.
there's
we-
Husk. If you want to count Angel Dust,
Oh, easily. And if we want to count Scalies, that adds Pentious.
Yeah.
Pentious.
And people definitely love him. Let me just say.
If you
Otherwise,
just because
yeah,
like
a
the
lot of
ears,
furries.
do you like? I don't. Alistair, but again, I'm being generous with that one.
There's a Zestial, I guess. But
yeah,
yeah, it's largely background characters in Hell and Heaven, I feel like,
Yeah.
for Hazbin.
It's
But yeah,
so
it's mainly going
wild.
off of the fact that, oh, you know what Helava is like. Why'd you expect any better here? Because there are furries and Tumblr sexy men.
And
Because I hate
also-
furries and Tumblr sexy men.
And
So I knew
also-
it was gonna be bad. which-
Lily, number one, you're on fucking Tumblr. What the fuck are you doing there? And that's number one. And number two, you're in AO3. Buddy, if Tumblr people have shit taste, you have even worse if your fucking fan fiction's anything to go by. Jesus Christ.
Get up!
Also, Jake the Surgeon for $5. She should watch Devilman. I need to hear a wrong opinion on it. No! Dude, she would not last the first episode. She wouldn't.
I mean, just have her watch
110%.
Crybaby. She'll say it's good. That's the wrong opinion.
Chat-san was more new. As far as I can find with a quick search, Lily hasn't watched any mecha anime, so the mecha fans are saved. Okay, awesome.
Oh, keep it that way.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
Yes.
Let's see how this point gets worse.
Oh, what the fuck?
Wait,
Do
what?
that very cute 2000s.
No, what happened?
Wait,
What?
so,
Wait, what?
what the
Huh?
hell?
Get out
Oh,
of
now
there.
we're watching
Get out of
Zell now,
there.
I guess.
No! No. Hold on. Some weird scuff is
Alright.
happening.
No.
So we can blame Raymond.
Yes.
Yes. Let's should we kill that as a video out of the queue because we weren't even gonna watch that, I think.
Yes, yeah, we should. Hold on. There we go.
Fucking Zell,
Jesus.
Zell, I promise this is not part of the quote unquote obsession Raymond has with you.
Yeah,
I don't
definitely.
know why that was there. Don't
No,
get on our
because
case for this
using.
one.
No, because we're using the same watch together. That's why. I just thought.
Don't get mad at us for this one.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know why it's not loading. Ugox for £2. We all know how boring and vanilla furries are. I guess. I don't fucking know. Like.
Number of characters.
It's like, yeah, okay, they are. What does that matter? That don't mean anything.
Yeah. Is
That's
this
the
okay?
point.
And we.
It's just
Yeah.
a
We
mean
would.
spirited point for the sake of
Yeah.
but my taste though.
Yeah.
So I
And
knew
by
it
the
was gonna be
way.
bad.
A lot of the things that like appeal to furries and shit like that, especially which is particularly things from like the early 2000s, right? Those things are good. So like what for the most part anyway. So why the hell can't we have that good shit again? But by
Just go
someone
watch
who is a
SWAT
fan
Cats.
from
You can have the good shit right there. We have
Yeah.
furries like Calico Callie Briggs. We have Tumblr sexy men furries. Like I'm fairly sure both of the main guys from SWAT Cats. You could easily, if this show came out today, you would definitely have them on the
Yeah,
Tumblr sexy men
100%.
list.
That there's no doubt in my mind. Okay, the video is not skitzing out now. We can keep it moving.
Okay.
But thank you for donations.
Them of all sensation. And that's what you get if you combine. Are all built from pre-built tropes and archetypes that do that very cute 2000s internet kinda have to be. And this is reflected in the way Medrano writes. The number of characters in Hazbin Hotel that are actually interesting are quite few. Most of the characters are actually very dull because of fucking course they are. Their designs reek of a creative foundation that often doesn't allow for interesting characters to flourish.
Care to
That's not how
explain?
that
Wait,
works!
wait a second. Wait a second. Care to explain? Care to explain any of that, Lily? Lily?
No, let's
Lily?
hear her out then, because we know it's gonna be wrong.
Lily
Let
explaining
her go then.
things? Listen, man, you're asking for way too much.
Yeah, like
All right,
what about
so
their
let's hear her
designs?
explanation,
Sure.
if there is one.
Because one of the first things a good writer learns is not to make characters flourish. The more over-designed a character is, the less interesting the writing behind them is going to be. Expecting anything else from Hazbin Hotel was always foolish. I never expected, not even from the pilot.
Okay, that is like not even close to being true. Like some of my favorite characters are incredibly
Okay,
overly
don't play
designed.
BlazBlue or Guilty Gear for that matter, but that is not how this works.
Yeah.
You can have an over-designed character and still have them be well written. You know, a lot of writers aren't the character designers, right?
Yeah,
Just
that
because
typically
she
is somebody
doesn't
else's
mean
job.
that it automatically makes it so that because her characters are over-designed, she has to be an underdeveloping writer.
Yeah, there are many characters that I like that are like considered, I guess, somewhat overly designed, whatever the fuck that means. But they're some of the best characters I've ever seen. They're very, very well written. Like, from a certain point of view, I would argue that fucking Guts from Berserk, especially post Golden Age stuff, would be considered overly designed, quote unquote. But that's one of the best protagonists in any seinen ever.
Ragnar the Blood Edge is an incredible fighting game character and just like a really good character in general. If you ignore the anime, that doesn't do him that much justice for the most part.
Yeah.
And he while he's not one of the most over-designed characters in that game series, he is relatively over-designed. A lot of characters in that series are, and a lot of them have compelling stories, compelling character arcs, and just like actually worthwhile backstories that get explored. Sure, one of my favorites gets ruined eventually, but still. And there's Zenless Zone Zero. Maybe not as over-designed as like other Hoyoverse games, but as much as I can rag on the plots for that one to some extent, the overarching plot, a lot of the characters are pretty compelling, especially with their own individual stories.
Yeah.
With a lot of the patches, especially early on.
Lily is over here just
goated.
Lily over here is literally just judging books by their cover. When that, as a writer, that is the biggest mistake you could possibly make. And yet she has the fucking nerve to tell us about, oh, what writers should and shouldn't do, what they do or don't know. You know?
I mean, I don't think she's capable of judging a book by anything deeper than its cover.
Exactly.
You could tell that she's only written, that she has no, like, actual professional writing experience if she's saying shit like
Of course not. She would never dare try to, like, even of the original works that she's had, which I'm sure she probably has, but like, let's be honest, most of it is fan fiction. Even of the stuff that she has.
Oh my god!
Even she knows that like no sane publisher.
Yeah, like that chick from the Sith Resurgence, you have the nerve to call this shit not overly designed? It's literally the same level of design as Kylo Ren, who you think is a bad character. So should we judge your character's book by their cover too? Or is it different because it's you? Find out.
Well, yeah, with Lily, it's rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah.
Also, funny enough, Nifty is probably overdesigned as well, and she's the best character in the show.
Yeah, clearly.
But yeah, like, oh no,
this is such
a stupid... get to this?
Like, this is such the biggest layup humanly possible. Like, yeah, we all like you. All you need to say is that Vibsy Pop has a huge problem because every character is her favorite, and she has trouble picking any of them to focus on. That's all you need to fucking say.
No, all you have to say is, well, because her favorite characters are Stolas and Alistair. If you know that, you probably wouldn't. Maybe it's a bad idea to expect her to know how to write female characters.
I mean, yeah, but to be fair,
misogyny allegations.
To be fair,
that's not great, but still.
To be fair, both of these shows were being made like somewhat concurrently, at least like season 2 relative to like, Hell of a Boss. So it's not like people couldn't just expect her to improve in that time. Especially with the wave of criticism that she kept getting online anyway. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe hot take, people want to give faith to the people they literally give money to give them a good product. It is what it is. Like, people have the right to be upset about that. I don't know. What the hell?
That often doesn't allow for interesting characters to flourish, because one of the first things a good writer learns is not to make characters like this in the first place. This is the D&D law of inverse.
So, like, this brings up a good question then. How designed should a character be then for us to take them seriously? Like, what?
Also, are we still talking about their designs, or are we talking about their characters?
No, we're still
she's
talking about designs.
Writers making them this way.
Yeah.
So yeah, ask the character designer. But the character designer, again, is usually not the writer. They tend to have separate roles.
Yeah.
A writer can have an idea what that design is kind of supposed to be, but the designer is usually a separate role. And even if they're the same, again, like, this is not even correlation causation. This is no correlation.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm hearing her right. Like, because it feels like she's talking about it from a writing perspective, but she's still talking about the character's aesthetic designs.
She's saying that because Vivian makes her designs the specific way that she does, that is inherently evident that she only cares about the characters by the amount of design that they have. And her design is more attention towards the Tumblr sexy men-esque characters, quote unquote. So automatically, this is a huge sign that it was always going to be bad.
Okay, well, hold on. First, wouldn't the way to prove that be by talking about their characters and how, like, lacking in character they are, rather than drawing attention to, oh, look at these Tumblr sexy men? Because, like, you can still have, like, Tumblr sexy men
with this fucking
and have
profiling?
it still be yeah, like, case in point, fucking Amazing Digital Circus. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. What is the level of design that is acceptable?
Yeah. Like, again, this is like one of those kinds of things where it's like, oh, I can understand what someone is saying if they're saying, oh yeah, this could be like an indication that something is going to be bad. You know, it's kind of like how for the longest time, whenever, we got video game movies, we always rolled our eyes and groaned, not because we thought there was a provable, not because we genuinely thought that it was impossible to make, a good video game adaptation, but because for the longest time, there never had been one. So we always expected that to be the case. With here, it's like, I'm not even sure if, like, there's that kind of precedent that, like, a show with Tumblr sexy men characters means that it's going to be bad. Like, where's the correlation there?
Yeah, Jake the Surgeon for $5 says 17 of the 18 Primarchs in 40K are pretty well written, depending on who's writing them, while being over designed, except Ferris. Not enough. Okay. But let's rewatch that part again, okay? Because even though we belabored this point,
you rewound too far back.
Jake,
though.
Wait, but one question, Jake. Who's the one Primarch who you think isn't over designed? I'm genuinely curious. Like, you can just drop it in the comments. I don't
know. He said Ferris.
Oh, Ferris. Oh, fair.
Not enough neck.
Sorry, I guess when you said accept, I guess I somehow associated that as part of the 17 and not like the 18. Okay.
Oh, Kaiser, so what you're saying is she has a Ruby problem with the writer punishing the people who are meant to the MCs are going in the corner for the writer's new favorite characters? I mean, in a sense, yeah. That's kind of what happens to the show, but that happens to everybody, even Alistair in many cases. Which arguably makes the shit even worse. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
Good writer learns is not to make characters like this in the first place. This is the D&D law of inverse flourish. The more over-designed a character is, the less interesting the writing behind them is going to be. Expecting anything else from Hazbin Hotel was always...
By what correlation?
Yeah, that's literally what we
That's-
spent the
that's-
last
that's what
20
we
minutes
were
like
saying,
bragging about
yes.
because it's dumb. Because
Yes.
it's a
Yeah,
dumb
alright.
point, and on top of that, it's like, no, the reason they're bad is because she has a problem with priorities, coupled with the
Yeah.
fact that she's having to manage these priorities across only 8 episodes.
Yeah, in case in point, what do you say about fan fiction writers that, more than likely managed to do this shit better than Vivian? What do you say about them, They're already working
But
with
yeah,
a
let's get
broken
on with
foundation.
the new stuff. Let's get to the
Yeah,
new
let's get
stuff.
to the new shit. But I rewind a little bit because for some
No,
reason,
because
Watch Together...
we've rewound this part a bunch.
I know, but
Yeah.
like what I'm saying is that for some weird reason, whenever I play Watch Together, like the first few seconds of it playing just get quiet for me. I don't know.
Oh,
why.
okay, that's weird.
This is the D&D law of inverse behind them is going to be. Expecting anything else from Hazbin Hotel was always foolish. I'm the pilot, that Hazbin Hotel would ever be anything greater than good. But it seems a lot of people did, and in fact expected Hazbin Hotel to be some mic drop moment where this indie darling would show the studios how it's done. But Hazbin Hotel, as a show, is the very distillation of fandom as a concept. It's an adult animated show filled with blood and gore and death and swearing, but the themes are extremely simple, childish, and non-threatening. The plot stops dead multiple times for an AMV, and it has very...
Okay, what the hell is going on?
Are you trying to pause it?
No, I wasn't. I think I disconnected.
Oh, did it? Because it's
that's
still
not
playing
good.
on our end.
Yeah.
Wait, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
it's been DC. Do you want us to pause it?
Yeah, pause it,
Yeah,
pause it,
I
pause
just-
it, pause it.
There, I paused it.
No, I see. Yeah, you have been DC'd from the Watch Together for some reason.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
so-
why.
But yeah, there's so much wrong with this. And
Yeah,
it goes
As-
back to what we said before.
right. But I guess in
Oh,
regards
it's
to the
DC
new
on stream,
point.
so
Yeah, so oh wait, hold on. What did you say? What about the stream?
yeah. Apparently it's DC'd on stream too because it's on your screen.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, obviously. I just
So yeah,
I have to refresh the page.
how much?
But what I was saying.
When did it stop? Because I was watching the Watch Together.
Okay, where it stopped was right after she said, fuck, I'm trying to remember because like problem is she says so much in so little time. I think it was the part where she said that oh yeah, the themes are non-threatening despite the fact that it's a gory, edgy cartoon. That's the part where we
Okay.
paused.
Gotcha. I think
Yeah,
it's also
like-
just a weird comparison to like call it distilled fandom when like
Yeah.
I don't know if
That
you can't really distill like what fandom are you distilling? Like again, I agree with her in the sense that like yeah, it's got a lot of like very Tumblr-esque kind of culture designs, but like that does not encompass all of like there are fandoms that do not have anything remotely to do with like that typical kind of Tumblr-esque culture.
I guess she
know?
means like the freaking like the stereotypes of like Tumblr, AO3, Hot Topic,
guess.
teenager fandom. Yeah, like
But at the
I
end of the
guess.
day,
So queer
Lily, like just because a show appeals to those people does not.
such. But like, okay, this is the lead right here.
Yeah,
She's
you're-
anti-fandom. That's the thing.
Yeah, which is so fucking weird because Lily would absolutely love having her own fandom. Like that's what she fucking wants. That's what technically she has. That's her fucking sycophants. They do everything that she says, and even that's not good enough for her. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, now for some reason I'm not able to see the Watch Together very well. Something's
Oh, it's
going on.
okay.
I mean, the stream still seems to be working fine.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why. I think. And I have the Ethernet cable up, so I shouldn't be glitching out too much. I do live near trees.
or
so
not.
it's
We can hear
okay.
you now, Kaiser, I think.
Oh, I die robot again.
Yeah, you roboted and then
Yeah.
completely cut out for a bit.
Shit.
It's the trees taking revenge for all the data centers that we've been making.
Yeah.
No, that's what the water is for.
Yeah.
The trees taking revenge, or that one skit from Treehouse of Horror 33. No, it was
Okay.
32.
Okay, I think we're getting reconnected to watch together, thankfully.
Okay, good. Yeah, I see you there now.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, we're getting right back. We're getting right back into it.
just,
But
like,
like
again.
it's so stupid because like I mean, not only of course obviously what we said, which is, you know, the thing that she hates hearing. It works when it's done well, but number 2, like, yeah, people have the right to be angry because they saw potential in the pilot and it just didn't really go well afterwards. Now, if you didn't think the
Yeah.
pilot was very good to begin with, fine. But I feel like if you're trying to address the fandom and how they kind of bungled their assessment of Vivzi's writing talents, I guess, maybe you should show a bit more empathy or something. I don't fucking know. Like, this is the
Yeah, like
stereotype. This is the stereotype of Ruby critics that fucking you know, Zell and these other people always want to have about us. Like, oh, we are constantly shitting on the fandom just for liking the show, and here Lily is just doing the same shit.
But
like, I
actually,
didn't have
this time.
Yeah, I didn't have very much faith in Hazbin when I saw the pilot, but not because of like the designs or because like any of that kind of like mostly just because I didn't think that uh based on what I saw in the pilot that Vivzi could handle like the kind of story I was kind of expecting, the idea of
Right.
like a story about redeeming sinners and that kind of junk
Right.
is that I felt like that's an extremely interesting concept. The idea that you were taking a bunch of just reprehensible people, so much so that they were sent to hell for it, and you're
Right.
gonna try to make a show about like redeeming them. And like in the back of my mind, when I'm watching the pilot, even for like what for the redeeming qualities that it had, I'm thinking, I don't think that this person, whoever she is, can pull this off. And of course, once
Yeah,
it came
but
about,
and that
but
is
like
completely that is
if
completely
anything,
based on your assessment of the writing, not the fucking
if
character
anything,
designs.
that's a testament to like how interesting the concept is. Just
Yes.
how bungled it was. Is that I think the idea of making a story about redeeming a bunch of just, people that were so horrible they were sent to hell for it is really interesting. But that's also because it's a really challenging kind of topic to like redemption in general is very challenging. How do you take villainous characters and make them not so anymore? It's
Right.
very hard for us to like wrap our heads around the idea of that kind of redemption. I know Lily in particular can't wrap her head around that. So it becomes very challenging. But and like of course they don't, they messed up the landing. But again, that's because of how interesting the story was and how difficult it is. Not because
there had to be
didn't
something there for people to latch onto for them to be disappointed.
Mm.
And like the weird comment of like, oh, it's because they had their expectations for this when I only ever expected it to be good at best. It's like, okay, that has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, what does it have to
about
do with the
why
actual
people
writing?
of why people are like, oh, well, that's unfortunate that they don't do well by their female cast and focus so much on the male
Yeah,
cast.
that's how this section started, by the way, guys. We started with talking about why the female characters got shafted in the show. Whether or not you believe that's true, that's a different discussion. And then we just zoom right into fucking anti-fandom talking points. Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, dog,
so
I swear to
out of
God,
left
dog, like
field.
she literally you can just have a random audio clip of freaking Lily just saying that fandom is bad for like 10 minutes, and just like in the foreground you have the mustache man making a speech at the same time, and it would be the same exact thing. Like, it has that same energy. Like, she's just trying to make an enemy out of everybody for no fucking reason.
It's a tangential point at best, and a terribly executed one at that.
Yeah.
Like, nothing about this correlates at all. Like, no. They shouldn't have expected better from the show because it
appeals to teenagers.
It's Zoomer Hot Topic fanfic core.
Which,
it's like, okay?
Oh my god, dude. Like, what the fuck?
And they shouldn't have especially they shouldn't have expected that the female characters would get a fair amount of focus in this kind of show because of that, even though the female characters include the main de facto main character.
Yeah.
That's not how this. No, that's beyond
that's
stupid.
bad. All right, we're looping. We're getting back in.
Yeah.
That it does its own contemporaries. This is the show people an 18+ rating, but extremely unchallenging and safe. An episode of Steven Universe as imagined by Hot Diggity Demon. The best version of Hazbin Hotel is just a very well-made version of that very stupid premise. And if you accept that going in, you're probably going to have a good time. No. But it was never going.
I mean, what about the premise is inherently stupid? Like,
and here's
again,
the thing. Again, the
execution is pretty stupid, but like the premise, what are you talking about?
The thing is, up until that point, I was kind of agreeing with that specific point of like, all right, that was all about that stuff, but that has nothing to do with the actual main argument at hand. Like,
yes,
the problem is that we saw that and we're like, all right, we were expecting it to be the best version of that, and instead it ended up being the worst.
Yeah,
it ended
Lily,
up not being a competent show
so
in any
cynical?
regard whatsoever beyond the audio visuals.
Why, dude, Lily, okay, just because your life is an empty void with no sense of joy whatsoever doesn't mean we have to, okay? We have the right to give a little bit of grace to someone who simply wants to make it in the animation industry. Like, that has worked out in other cases before. We wanted this to be another good point, and it wasn't. It is what it is. We gambled, and people gambled, and they lost. But you can't just say that. Oh man, I could just see the designs, man. Look at that skinny body. Look at that skin and bones. I wish I was that skinny. Wait, what?
Damn.
No, but if anyone got that reference, that's a really deep cut of Lily Orr. Anyway, moving on. Hold on.
Going to be high art specifically that favors aesthetics over themes. I have been saying this for literally years about fandom in general.
And maybe you should talk about something else.
That aspect of very Tumblr-esque fandom is really horny for skinny guys and very little else.
They're horny for everyone in the show. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god, dude. Let's not get stun-locked. We're getting stun-locked. We can't get stun-locked on this point.
It's funny how she doesn't address anything about the actual writing in the show, because that would require actually an actual analysis.
Yeah, of course she does.
It has to be the fandom's fault for expecting better of a show that ended up being badly written.
Yeah, like, oh my god.
And funny enough, she conceded, okay, Charlie is the exception. She wasn't well written, but like, Vaggie is not, I mean, Vaggie, her character can 85% be described as Charlie's girlfriend. Yeah. And us men ain't the only ones saying that, people. No. I saw a vid today from a woman talking about bad queer ships, and that was one of them.
Oh, you have to send me it. But like, most of the criticisms towards the Helliverse in general are made by women. Are made by these very same populations of women that this should appeal to. And it doesn't. Surprise, surprise. It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
In that masturbatory aspect of fandom that favors about fandom in general. And that aspect of very Tumblr-esque fandom is really horny for skinny guys and very little else.
You've beaten my giant, which means you're exceptionally strong, so you could have put the poison in your own goblet, trusting on your strength to save you.
What's next on the list? Alistair's weak? Okay, so it seems like a common complaint of the second season is that despite being the most powerful sinner in hell, Alistair spends much of the season getting bounced off every flat surface in the city. This one's actually really easy. His staff is broken. He makes it clear multiple times in the 4th episode that his staff is the source of his power.
Yeah, and the fact that it got broken the way that it did during the Season 1 final battle was stupid. Why the fuck was he facing off against an archangel with no angel weaponry that has been literally been shown to harm them? Like, what do you expect to happen?
I found it kind of weird that he wasn't like using an angel weapon personally when like earlier his tentacles were like using them against all the other ones, but apparently fighting an archangel didn't warrant that.
Yeah.
Weird. But yeah, we haven't seen her original has been discourse is dumb. Maybe that was a thing there, but no,
Maybe.
for this you should double back on that and be like, all right, no, the thing for season 1, this was a problem then too.
Yeah.
Because including the pilot, this show, even more so than with Charlie, builds up that he was this super mega ultra strong guy when we had the distortion going on.
Yeah, he's supposed to
and
be
he
like a
just
clever.
effortlessly shut down Vox.
Yeah.
We were built up. We were conditioned to expect, oh, he's this threatening. If he actually goes all out, it'll bang. And then, oh, the most he does in the finale is irritate Adam enough for him to start trying, and then he just gets one shot. Like, he doesn't. It'd be one thing if, oh, he was slaughtering a bunch of the normal exterminator angels, and that gave him enough like push to be like, oh, okay, so you're beating me in terms of skill, and you're actually kind of pushing me a little to actually have to try. Yeah, no.
Yes.
While just showing that, okay, that'd be one thing. It would show that, oh yeah, he really is just that powerful, but Adam is so much stronger that it doesn't matter anymore anyway.
Right.
And yeah, in season 2, his staff is broken, okay?
And
that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and he waited until
one,
like
what?
Almost halfway through to come to this chick to fix it? Like, why?
And funny enough, he spent this exact episode losing to the V's on purpose, and even then it was already kind of shown that he was still putting up enough of a decent fight that he could have probably taken them all on 3-on-1 if his staff wasn't broken, or probably have at least gone even matched with Vox without it. So that's kind of already watering that down.
The whole thing is that the show has been setting up that Alistair was not only powerful, but this master manipulator or whatever, and he has this great crazy plan, and it was only by almost pure happenstance that it ended up being that way by the very end. And the very end of season 2 is at least somewhat clever, but by that point, he didn't do anything all that impressive, which is a problem. Yeah. And again, people have the right to be upset about that, you know, or like it's an like, understandable. It's an understandable thing to be upset about, even if there is an explanation. The explanation is dumb, or at least the way that it was done is dumb.
Yeah, and that's specifically because of season 1. Season 2, all right, his staff is broken. That's a fair reason, but season 1 let him down by the end too. So now we're just waiting longer for that point where he can actually start living up to his potential.
Yes.
If he doesn't, then, well, oops.
Yeah, it goes the way to Megami, you know.
Next on the list, Alistair's powerful sinner in hell. Alistair spends much of the season getting bounced off every flat surface in the city. This one's actually really easy. His staff is broken. He makes it clear multiple times in the 4th episode that his staff is the source of his power, and without it, he's considerably less powerful. And his staff is broken because he was dumb enough to take on Adam 1v1. The kicker here is in the wording. Alistair is the most powerful sinner in hell. Sinner. Hell has a hierarchy in universe, and sinners and overlords are around the middle of.
Okay, so, lady, you're also the one who's sitting here who hates freaking lore and world building bullshit, and now you're trying to use world building bullshit to justify this stupid ass decision. Are you fucking kidding me? Not.
If anything, it kind of raises like more criticism. Sorry, I was interrupting you. No, go ahead.
I think we're going over the same point. It would raise even more criticisms that there are all of these different levels of powerful beings in hell, and none of them came around during any of this stuff, and yet we're only worrying about Hellborns, the sinners, overlords, I guess, and then Charlie and Lucifer. All the other like rank and file of what makes up this world not present at all in any significant fashion. That's stupid. That's dumb.
They're in hell of a boss.
There's also just the fact that like discounting the fact that like he is an overlord and he became an overlord, why the hell, because there are so many other like ranks above him, why the hell did he think that he could take on an archangel exactly when there's already plenty other people in hell that are more powerful than he is, and he should know this.
And
like
Lily,
obviously in Hazbin, there's no reason to assume that like that was the case, because in Hazbin the highest ranks that we were aware of were the overlords, and as far as we knew in season 1 anyways, Lucifer was one of those overlords. He just never really showed up or anything. But
I mean,
like,
he wasn't an overlord, but he was above them. It's like, all right, we had the pecking order as far as we knew was
well,
Lucifer,
yeah, but
Charlie vaguely floating around somewhere alongside the overlords.
well, yeah, I
and
mean
then
that, but
Sinners and
like,
Hellborns.
I just mean in the sense that like in season 1 in a vacuum, without like anything else that we know about, like discounting season 2, discounting Helava, like is there anything in season 1 that would suggest that Lucifer in particular, I mean, I guess besides him being Lucifer, that like he is more powerful than just all the other overlords, or that he is like several rankings above the overlords as shown here, not just that like he's the most powerful of the overlords, but that he's several rankings above them. Is
I
like,
would expect him to be the top dog by default, but like the main problem is that, all right, Alistair is shown to be he's been hyped up to be this powerful, and when it came time for season 1 to show it, he choked. And then now we're spending season 2 of him getting his ass beat.
And again,
I'm joking.
and again, like the reason for that is because like he's not even, again, he's an overlord. There are still 4 more rankings more powerful than him. If like this really is supposed to be the reason why he lost and that kind of stuff, this just makes him look like a fucking idiot thinking he could take on a goddamn archangel. At least
Lily admits that he is an idiot, which is the
like,
biggest problem is that he shouldn't be this dumb.
Yeah. Before season 2, before we found out about like all these other rankings, the only person who could probably stand up to him, at least as far as we're aware of, is Lucifer. But like after Helava and everything else that we're aware of the universe, it just makes it that much more stupid why the hell he even thinks he's that powerful to begin with.
And we also don't even know how powerful Charlie is supposed to be. Here's another thing. This is why I put her in Fraud Watch, because both the pilot and the main show up until this point also had kind of built her up as like surprisingly supposed to be powerful, considering that every time she gets enraged, she starts like getting to that transformation. So we're led to believe that when she was about to throw hands with Valentina, that, oh, she's supposed to be actually really powerful herself. And then she also gets demolished by Adam.
Yeah, I was about to say, by this ranking, Charlie should have put up more of a fight, but she didn't at all.
Well,
if anything, she fared a lot worse than Alistair did.
Well, I also assume that this ranking is partially also like a political rank, or no, a social hierarchy, and not just, but like I mean I do think that based from what I've seen of Helava, like the 7 deadly sins and the Ars Goetia definitely would be more powerful than overlords. But like as far as like Charlie Morningstar's location, I would assume that that's more so a social hierarchy, at least based on what we've seen. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too charitable to the show to assume, because like
we don't know. That's the problem. They potential matter. That's the problem.
There's nothing remotely to assume that like Charlie really is, the second most powerful person in hell. I have no reason to believe that.
Yeah, I don't know if she's necessarily the second most powerful, but they did kind of like low-key hype her up to be at least also incredibly powerful along the lines of Alistair. But yeah, the show's weird, nebulous systems, that's part of the problem.
The hierarchy. Alistair's deal means he's the most powerful sinner in hell, which means he's right about here, and vastly beneath someone like Lucifer, who is an archangel like Adam. It might seem silly to do this kind of power scaling, but remember...
Oh, come on now, Alistair. You really thought being the most powerful sinner, which you are...
I didn't say not to hurt her, you moron. I said...
You're not to lay your hands on her.
These deals are extremely specific and extremely semantic. Alistair's deal makes him the most powerful sinner in hell, and not an ounce more. He could be 1% more powerful than the second most powerful sinner, and his deal with Rosie is fulfilled.
Yeah, and Alistair should be intelligent enough to know that and create countermeasures.
It's fucking stupid that like he honestly thinks that he is something more than that.
Yeah.
Like again, fighting a fucking archangel, I could understand him like because especially if he's never had to fight an angel in general before, or like let alone an archangel. I can understand him again in a vacuum where this power ranking, where this whole hierarchy system doesn't exist, and the only other person more powerful than him, as far as we're aware of, is like Lucifer, maybe Charlie. I could understand him going up against an archangel, thinking, not knowing anything about how powerful an archangel is, and then getting his ass kicked or something like that. But like once you do throw all this other stuff, like that's not an explanation about like how he got here in the first place. That just raises more questions.
And it's I should have said this before. It's all outside information.
Yes.
You have to watch the other show to get that info.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to do that.
That's really, really wild. You shouldn't have to do that in order to justify why this thing happened the way that it did. It's the exact kind of shit that you said was bad in the previous fucking section, Lily.
It's also funny because Alistair does actually still, when he does fight Vox later, even though Vox is technically supposed to be more powerful at this point, he is just significantly more skilled with his tools than Vox is, so he beats him anyway, at least until Big Robo Shark comes in. So even then, that's a better argument against it, that, alright, for as much as the show kind of potential mans him, he still manages to overpower the person who he specifically made more powerful than him to get out of a deal, because he's just a better fighter than almost everyone else, thanks to his levels of experience. There we go, Lily. I did a good argument for you. A layup on why Alistair isn't actually that much of a fraud.
Yeah, dude, this whole entire video is just the biggest fumble of all time. All you had to do was say the Hazbin Hotel was bad, and you managed to fuck that up. We had a good team. If you played your part, did your job, said that this show was dog shit, we'd all be fine right now. But no, that wasn't good enough. You had to ruin it.
No, go ahead.
God. No, you're the man.
You had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego.
And your hatred towards bisexual fandom people from Tumblr. I don't fucking know, man. Dude, what the shit?
And more powerful than the second most powerful sinner, and his deal with Rosie is fulfilled. Which is why he keeps verbally trash-talking people into not fighting him more than 1v1, because he's not more powerful than sinner number 2 and 3 combined. That's the whole thing about deals with demons. They're always
enough of that.
He's not remotely. That's kind of not even. Also, that's technically, arguably, not even true. Again, his fight with the other overlords, he was putting. He
was letting them win.
And on top of that, he put a decent enough fight against Vox while his staff was broken that you could easily assume that if he was at full power, he'd be able to at least put up a great fight against all 3 of them and maybe kill at least one of them. Didn't Season 1 say that, how he almost beat them, or at least almost beat Vox?
Yes!
So it's like, he probably might actually be more powerful than Sinners number 2 and 3 combined, from what we know.
Yeah, it's very weird.
You can't legalese this shit when the show itself
is bad at legalese.
Not even that, but that the show itself shows him being able to outdo the legalese with his levels of experience.
Yeah. So, again, just Alistair is a moron, and he shouldn't be a moron. And that's what people are upset about.
Monkey paw wishes or Joker's tricks. This is something so common it's found in biblical lore. Yahweh continuously makes deals with mortals that end up having a Joker's trick to them. For instance, in exchange for building the ark, Yahweh promises Noah to never again destroy humanity with a flood. Instead, he just uses everything except a flood to murder people wantonly. He makes a deal with Moses to free his people from slavery in Egypt in exchange for obeying 10 laws. The Joker's trick being that those 10 laws are basic human vices, and nearly all of them are about not wanting to do something, not about doing it, so all someone has to do is feel envious and bam, lions eat your face. Alice?
Wow, so, I would love for Raymond...
I
would love for Raymond to have been here for that section.
Yeah.
What does this
Considering
have to do with
the
anything?
whole Babylon stuff we got into with part
Yeah.
2, and how like that just made the fucking
But
like that made the intellectual the Christian intellectual and him just explode. Well, I believe that.
But like, yeah,
agnostic,
Lily,
but still.
monkey's paw bullshit has been around since fucking Disney's Aladdin. We all know about this. But the problem is that the show is inconsistent, which is what we are harping about. And you would know this if you actually talked to a person from these fucking fandoms that you keep fucking complaining about. But we know for a fact that you never have and you never will. Because talking to people is your literal fucking kryptonite. Have we had any other super chats, by the way? I can't see chat right now from
Oh yeah, I think there was one a while ago from silver-haired freak 25. First off,
I am so
how
sorry.
dare you besmirch Princess Bride by putting that clip in your video. Second, what did that have to do with anything?
That's an excellent question. I still don't know what the whole Yahweh legalese has to do with anything.
She tried to make an example out of something that people are more familiar with, but she was super long-winded about it, and she didn't need to go about it as much as she did.
Like, you could have just pointed to Zeus and people would know what you're talking about.
Well, it's not even which specific example she wrote, it's just how long it went.
Long-winded than that.
Yeah.
And not even
well,
that.
I mean, that's the thing, is that if you give an example that's more... You give an example that like people are more, that's like more colloquial and that more people are familiar with, and you wouldn't need to do as much understanding or explaining, and you wouldn't be as long-winded.
Yeah, just
but here's
be
the
sharper
thing with all that,
editing.
this point itself is tangential at best.
Yes.
It doesn't even make sense to bring any of this up. Like, okay, he makes monkey's paw deals and was caught in one. That is very tangential to the idea that
it's not
people
just
are mad about him being
tangential.
weak.
Yeah, it's not even just tangential. It harms her point, because her whole point, it harms her points, because the point that other people are making is that he should be more competent than this.
Yeah, which he kind of is in some respects. But
yeah,
so
again,
far Lily hasn't shown that.
inconsistency.
Let's see if she does. If I remember correctly, she doesn't.
Well, I think we're hitting the event horizon of where we stopped. Okay.
Yep.
Vices, and nearly all of them are about not wanting to do something, not about doing it, so all someone has to do is feel envious and bam, lions eat your face. Alistair's deal with Rosie is one of these vague, nondescript deals that is indeed hyper-specific in the terms for Alistair, but vague for Rosie. Rosie says he must complete some undefined task, and until it's complete, Alistair's soul will be hers. People are interpreting this to mean Rosie has some hidden agenda, but no, she doesn't. Rosie is sending Alistair on tasks, not specifying any of them as the task he must perform, because none of them are. She was going to keep the radio demon on her leash forever, at least that was the intention. She's not going to empower someone like Alistair and then just willingly let them fly the coop.
Okay, but that brings to question, I mean, like, the way that the show frames her, though, isn't that like, okay, she just wants him around for shits and giggles. She seems like she has something specific in mind. And
she
if
sent
that's
him to
not
the hotel.
Yeah.
She, like, not only did she take him off the air for 7 years, coincidentally, quote unquote, around the time that A, the exterminations began, and B, Lilith fucked off.
Yeah.
But also, like, she tells him and the audience that she's actually the reason he went to the hotel to begin with. We don't, for all we know, that could be tangentially, could be building up for the plan she was setting up to have, because she, I guess, is supposed to be a mastermind for for everything going on. Everything's so vague that we don't really know what it is, though. But again, that's far from the point anyway. This has so little to do with Alistair's a fraud. You're just explaining why he was on a leash. And why
literally
Rosie doesn't want to fix his staff.
Literally, you can like make a statement. Somebody online can just make a statement of, I don't like waffles, and Lily will make an entire video about it and make it fandom's fault somehow.
It's the pancake fans' fault.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the pancake fans.
The pancakes.
Yo,
No, it's pancakes.
Savage is
It's-
barely even human.
It's the fault of pancakes in general.
Yeah, with their flat.
Fully
Yeah,
blown
they
away with
appeal
the
to people with flat surfaces.
They appeal to flat earthers.
Yeah, that would be a better argument, honestly.
He does things like make him disappear for 7 years, specifically to fuck with him. Look at the terms of this.
I've served you faithfully for an age. Obeyed demands, contained my rage.
For someone like Alistair, who enjoys slaughtering and devouring souls, having to restrain himself is torture. It's the kind of torture he made the deal to try and avoid, but
It's kind of part of the whole hell thing. You see, it isn't just a place, it's a punishment.
hell is a place devised by the most spiteful son of a bitch in all of human mythology. You're not just going to escape an ironic punishment by making a Faustian bargain with someone else who is also trapped there.
Okay, but how does this?
It just kind of reflects his stupidity that much more. The fact that like he got here,
Yes.
he made this deal with this lady, and he didn't even like, even in the flashback, I don't think he ever asks what favor it is that she wanted from him.
No,
Yes.
he just took it. He was like, all right, I'll give you all this thing. And
Yeah,
he's
it's
like,
fucking
"All right,
stupid."
I bet. Cool.
Yeah.
Which completely
again,
clashes with this whole perception of the show, trying to make him into a fucking mastermind. I'll be right back. Y'all can yap for a bit. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real
Yeah.
quick.
All right, and on top of all of that, this read isn't even that consistent with Rosie's character from what we've been shown. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who intentionally makes plans specifically
Wait,
to
wait,
fuck with
wait.
Alistair. Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, I was like, I can hear
Still
some
here.
Yeah, yeah, in the background. But yeah, like, all right, she does what she wants. Not because she wants to specifically fuck with Alistair, but because she has her own agendas in mind that include him, it seems, from what little we've gathered.
Yeah.
She's not doing this because she just wants to spite him. She keeps him around because he's useful to her for whatever the show is planning on having her plan for. Again, she literally is the reason that the whole show even happened in the first place, at least because he's the one who was able to make Charlie's dreams even slightly a reality in terms of having the staff, having a hotel with a commercial. He basically gave her the launching pad, a proper one. And apparently that's because of Rosie.
Yeah,
Rosie's planning something.
Yeah. And I mean, in Lily's defense, I honestly have no idea if they're even going to do anything with her. Like the fact that we've not heard. I mean, it could just be more season 3 bait, but like then again, that just feels like
Everything is season 3 bait.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I mean.
Everything is sequel bait with her.
Everything is sequel bait with just this whole show. I guarantee you, even once we get to season 3, there's still going to be like things from either the former seasons or that season that's just like, oh yeah, then there's, well actually, yeah, like there's just going to be all kinds of stuff that we're never going to get answers on because, oh, just keep watching. It'll be, see, the stuff that we're calling season 3 bait is going to be season 4 bait when season 3 comes around, and it's just going to keep on going. So, I mean, that's the other kind of thing is I have no faith that like even that she even really has a plan, or at least according to like the writing. I think that's what they're trying to say, but no, you're right in like every other regard though.
And on top of that, like this is somehow actually even worse than Hell of a Boss in terms of introducing plot points and everything else that still haven't really been resolved. I'm pretty sure, like I stopped partway through season 2. I know that the stuff about the people on Earth who, like, from the military guys who finally learned about this hell stuff thanks to Stolas effectively leaving behind evidence. That hasn't been followed up on, and from what I heard, the entire rest of the season doesn't follow up on that at all. There's a million other things that the show does across both seasons where it's just like it adds plot points at the plot points at the plot points. This is just one of them, but for this show.
Y'all been keeping my stream company.
Yeah, I've been ranting about why Lily's wrong about Rosie. Rosie isn't, at least from what we understand, doing this specifically to fuck with Alistair.
Layer Jake.
Yeah, no, nothing about Rosie's character makes it seem like she is doing this specifically to like. Okay, I think I can agree that she maybe gets some enjoyment out of it, but like she's not like Alistair in the sense that she derives pleasure just from like watching someone else be just suffer all the time. She's clearly, or at least she is supposed to be using Alistair.
If that is the case, then why the hell was she so gracious towards Charlie in season 1?
Yeah, exactly. I do not get the impression that like she's doing this specifically to fuck with him. I don't even get the impression that like, you know, the whole comparison with like hell isn't just a place, it's a punishment, but like the punishment in question is like entirely coincidental. It has more so to do with just the fact that like Alistair made a shit deal, and despite being as intelligent as he is supposed to be, didn't even bother asking.
Ask the fine print, yeah.
Yeah, didn't even bother asking about it. God, could you imagine, like, if that would be more interesting of a story, is just the idea of, like, you have this uber powerful guy who thinks that he's really smart, but really isn't, and slowly has to adapt and realize that he's not as powerful as he thinks he is, and has to find a way through, like, to become more intelligent and figure out how to connive his way into actually being as powerful as he believes he is.
Wait, Pete. Here's the thing. That story would 100% be absolutely successful so long as the design is incredibly fucking simple. A bit too many colors. As long as they're not skinny or have too many colors to them, that story will be absolutely perfect.
I'm just saying, and it wouldn't even need to be a story. It could be like a side story of this antagonistic character. You essentially make a character who is just a mix of Osamu Mikumo and Satoru Gojo, but an antagonist who is also being strung along by someone who's pulling his strings. Yeah, exactly. And you just put him in a situation.
So Starscream, basically better Starscream.
Yeah, Starscream, basically. Yes, exactly like Starscream. That's a fantastic fucking comparison.
Oh wait, Tumblr likes Starscream specifically from Transformers Prime. No,
oh, no, not
also Time Executor. Do you guys think that some people should stick to animating only and not writing? I mean, maybe.
I mean, it kind of depends. It kind of depends on like. Yeah, it kind of depends on who you're talking about. Like, I think Tetsuya Nomura can write good stories, but after a while, he's clearly been burnt out. So if he were to work on something at some point, I would rather he were to stick with character design. Whereas you can have somebody like, you know, Kentaro Miura, God rest his soul, who is a great character designer and great storyteller, and I would not want anybody else doing that work. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like,
or like Hiro Mashima, even before he started recycling a lot of his designs.
Yeah,
the character designs and like the slice of life plots are better than his larger than life stories. I think it's less that some people who animate should not be writers, and more so people should play more to their strengths more often. And if that means that, then yeah, sure. And if that means if you want to do all that, sometimes it might be better if you tackle certain kinds of stories and not others.
Yeah, the truth is much more specific yet general at the same time, which is that people should know their limits. And the way that you know their limits is that you get reasonable and fleshed out feedback from people who are willing to tell you no. And if those people say that there are specific problems with the way you write your story, that is something worth listening to. Whereas I don't know if Vivian I keep saying that Vivzipop is it's more than Vivzipop. There are 10 fucking writers of this show, apparently. I don't know how many of these writers had gotten this shit screened a shit ton before, or who they screened it to before it got approved. Like how many times they had to revive this script, but it couldn't have been more than like 5 times. Right? It couldn't have been more than that, which is why I believe like yeah, it's a huge part why this show fails. Am I still here or am I glitching out?
You're still here. Yeah, no, we've been hearing you. We've just been.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, let's move on.
Not everyone is
In essence,
Tarkovsky. Yes, you're absolutely
yeah,
right.
110%. You know what? That's a great comparison. Gendy Tarkovsky is just a great creator in general most of the time. But yeah.
Human mythology. You're not just going to escape an ironic punishment by making a Faustian bargain with someone else who is also trapped there. In essence, all the overlords are goldfish in a tank of hungry piranhas, and Alistair's deal with Rosie was probably the most Joker's trick of them all. I've heard rumblings through the grapevine that the revelation that Lucifer is unable to harm the sinners of hell is an ass-pull, presumably from the same people who keep forgetting who Lucifer is. Now, while Lucifer and Satan are technically different characters in Hazbin Hotel, most people tend to treat the two as belonging to the same creature in Abrahamic mythology. And a lot of people labor under the impression that Lucifer, or the devil, is in some kind of pitched proxy war with Yahweh as an equal competing entity. But in reality, Lucifer was always something of a Starscream to Yahweh's Megatron. It's said in the pilot that Lucifer was cast into hell with Lilith. Of course he's there unwillingly. He might be the king, but once again, it's a Joker's trick. It's an ironic punishment. Lucifer, like most angels, hates sinners. They disgust him so completely, so of course he can't actually hurt them. Being king of hell doesn't actually mean anything. It's like being the strongest guy in the prison yard.
You see, it isn't just a place, it's a punishment. And mine is that I'm stuck here with all these sinners, can't kill them, can't do nothing with them.
But more importantly than the mythological explanation, this is just an admittedly ungraceful attempt to remove a plot killer from the board. You remember the Avatar state, right? You know, the super powerful mega state that lets the Avatar become 500 avatars at once? Well,
but yeah, this is coming from the chick who's all like, "Oh my god, all these cartoons can't get over Avatar," and she's just pointing out Avatar as the primary.
By the way, I actually, because I was talking over it a little bit, I missed what the section header was supposed to be that she was arguing against.
Oh, it was like Lucifer's powers are dumb or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it was something Lucifer's powers.
Hold on, let me just play that.
Joker's tricked of them all.
Yeah.
Something Lucifer's power, right?
Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure what her criticism is, though. Like, if it is just like what it is about.
What is the argument against here? What are you arguing against?
Okay, let's just play that specific part.
Oh no!
I've heard rumblings through the grapevine.
Even then, like, I don't know what it is based on that, and I don't know what it is based on what she's saying now.
But like, I think she starts it off with like what she's responding against. So we'll just listen to that and see what she says.
Okay.
Rumblings through the grapevine that the revelation that Lucifer is unable to harm the sinners of hell is an ass-pull. Presumably.
Okay, so people said that.
Is it?
Who the hell is saying this, Lily?
I just can't.
I don't know.
I mean, I was about to ask, can she just like cite one person just once, and then I have to remind myself by turning ever so slightly over to her display of world's best shadow boxing champion, and then I have to stop myself. I have to stop myself mid-sentence and realize how stupid that question was. I was about to ask.
You get so inspired by the belt that it gave you pause. Okay.
So inspired to roll my fucking eyes.
But yeah, no, like on top of that, she's trying to say, oh, there were explanations in the show afterwards. And no, not even that. She's saying, oh, but that's hell. Okay.
Yeah.
That can still be an ass pull.
Like,
what does that?
That's
just
not an argument.
It tracks in the setting, technically speaking.
That's not the argument the argument that you would have to get to the specific argument of why they believe it's an ass pull. Like, the argument is that, like, okay, I don't even know where you would begin with, like, what she is arguing about, really. Like, I can't imagine that anyone would be mad that Lucifer would have some kind of ironic punishment that prevents him from harming sinners. It's like,
what about being cast to hell? Like, it really served as ammo or build up to the idea that, oh, he actually can't even hurt sinners in there because fuck you, Lucifer.
I guess it's like it tracks with the general vibe of the show, with like, you know, the punishments that like each person goes through and stuff like that.
Exactly,
Which
but
can
like
be,
that can still be an asshole.
I guess it's just not in this case, so I don't know how you could argue that.
Yeah, I don't. Ugh. Why is she even trying to? This feels like such a non-point compared to like the more
Well,
pressing issue that people had with Lucifer, as far as I've seen from other vids and discourses, is the idea that he was nerfed in season 2. Which, yes, you could argue that this
Yes.
was part of it, but like that's a bigger complaint
yeah,
than
like
this.
the
This is small
bigger issue.
potatoes by comparison.
Like, think about, you know, all our criticisms that we had for like when he goes to confront Vox. Like, our
Yes.
criticism had less to do with the fact that they suddenly dropped this on us that he can't harm sinners, and more so to do with the fact that like you understand that you cannot hurt this guy, and you're going out there expecting to do what exactly?
Which
guess
is funny
just
because I pointed out how.
intimidate
Which is funny because I pointed out, well, when we were watching in private, that there's an easy solution to that. He could just use his powers to wreck the stage
Yes.
and be like, "All right, if I could destroy your shit, here's what I can do to you,"
Yes.
and to intimidate him. But no, he just argues with Lucifer and gets like bitched through song, and then just walks away all sad and
Yeah,
defeated.
the problems
He
with
doesn't use his
Lucifer have
powers at all on the environment.
Yeah, the problems with Lucifer like being nerfed have almost nothing to do with like him.
It's
Well, I mean,
the
they
exact
do, but
same.
like
It's the exact same problem as Alistair. They're incredibly powerful within the context of the story, and they're fucking idiots for no fucking reason other than to necessitate the story going in a specific direction. That's the
I think that
real
season-
fucking problem.
Because the show, especially in season 2, is an idiot plot.
Yeah. Like several fucking layers of an idiot prop, bro. It is insane.
Can't kill him, can't do nothing with him.
But more importantly than the mythological explanation, this is just an admittedly ungraceful attempt to remove a plot killer from the board. You remember the Avatar state, right? You know, the super powerful mega state that lets the Avatar become 500 avatars at once? Well, a problem the Avatar state creates is that it's too powerful. Any threat instantly buckles under the power of the Avatar state. Whenever Aang goes into it, he instantly wins. So the writers of Avatar had to contrive reasons why he couldn't go into the Avatar state all the time, and they came onto the idea that the Avatar state is uncontrollable until you master every element. So different plot reasons could be brought in as to why Aang couldn't use the
how is that contrived? And also, I'm pretty sure
don't-
that was the case since book. I'm not.
Yeah,
you're right.
that was
No,
the
it's not
case
worth
since
it.
book 1 anyway. But like, I think this is a case of Lily using words that she doesn't know what they mean and doesn't care to just open a thesaurus. Technically speaking, she's not saying, because a contrivance is a neutral thing. It's not necessarily like a negative writing thing specifically. It's more so that, like, you know, you're creating something within the story which adds to something that already exists. That's what a contrivance ultimately is, which is fine as long as it's not contrived in such a way that is like, there are levels to it. Negative contrivances are too contrived.
I've
right?
always
I think
seen it
that's
as
what
like
she's
a
trying to say, though, like,
contrivance.
the idea that, they had to come up with all these. They had to like come up with all these reasons and excuses for why.
Yeah. Like, I get what she's saying, and I don't technically disagree with it, but it's more so that she's using the wrong language to describe it.
Yeah. I doubt she'll bring this next part up, but I hope she does. And it's the fact that that's not even the only thing they do to badly contrive like he can't even be there.
Yeah.
But at the very least, unlike season 1, there is a reason in season 2. Why did he not show up for the fight until Charlie got her ass kicked by Adam? Outside of the fact that him not showing up means we get to watch characters die and have this idea that there's tension. There's no reason given for why he didn't show up. No
Yes.
reason given for why they didn't be like, hey, Adam's coming here. Dad, can you help us fight him? Sure, daughter. They didn't even try. He
Nope.
just showed up as a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah. Or I guess Lucifer ex machina, I guess.
I don't know the Latin word for devil.
Lucy ex machina.
Diablo ex machina, I guess.
Diabolus ex machina.
Yeah, Diabolus, except
Diabolus ex.
Diabolus.
Except Diabolus is supposed to be negative, so it's a Diablo flavored Deus Ex Machina.
There's a Mary Sue and Anti Sue. Is Diabolus ex machina the opposite of Deus ex machina?
Yes. It's when a character suddenly has things. It's unlike
where suddenly
the
goes
opposite of
wrong.
being saved. Things just out of nowhere go to shit.
So would the plan that suddenly fails in Star Wars: The Last Jedi count as that? I'm trying to think of what examples would count towards something like that. That would be an interesting
an out of nowhere asshole reason for the main characters just suddenly getting screwed over.
Yeah. Oh my, there might be some. I feel like there's a really good example that I'm just not thinking of. I don't know why. I feel like.
But yeah, this is her best point so far. Yeah. It's just that the first half of the point. It's just that the point right before it was really bad. Yeah. And this probably isn't the best way of going about this second point, but otherwise, yeah, this is the closest she has had to a good point.
Avatar State. Conversely, at the end of Legend of Korra's first season, considering this was supposed to be a miniseries, they gave Korra the Avatar State. But then, when they got renewed for new seasons, they had a problem. How does any villain step up to the Avatar State? So they had to keep contriving increasingly shaky reasons for why the Avatar State isn't an instant win button that it used to be. Oh, this guy's a dark avatar. Korra's been poisoned.
True. Yeah.
PTSD, I guess. You can't have uber powerful characters.
I mean, to be fair, those things are not bad, like, reasons for why a character's super mode couldn't be used. Like, yeah, if you're having traumatic freaking flashbacks, you can't exactly use the fucking Super Saiyan effectively. That's pretty goddamn reasonable. The problem isn't how it's written, not the explanation that's given.
Yeah. The third one is the explanation about like PTSD I've never had like too much of an issue with. It's every other instance where like she goes into the Avatar state and if anything she's not as powerful as she's supposed to be.
We know that emotions are tied to bending. We see this with Zuko. We see this with so many other characters. It makes sense that okay, if the Avatar could be so traumatized that they could not use the Avatar state anymore, which is further compounded by the fact that all of her past lives are gone.
But again, I would only apply that to like book 4, and even then only because like all their past lives are gone. They threw out the if anything she shouldn't have, like that alone should have been their excuse.
That is true.
That like she shouldn't have the Avatar state at all after like that shit happened. Because, but like that's just Mike and Brian completely forgetting that the Avatar state is the culmination of all past lives and their experience focused through the body of the current. But that's neither here nor there.
Characters in a story that not only has villains, but also has to defeat them through fight scenes, because then there's no tension if the lead characters have an instant win button, unless the story is about how scary such a person would be to be around. So you have to take those problem elements and remove them from the board. You're not upset that this is an ass pull, you're upset that they don't hide that this is exactly what they're doing. An ass pull or not, the only people who would have found Lucifer fixing everything to be a satisfying resolution are the people pathologically obsessed with shows of male dominance. Really sit back and think for a second how utterly miserable the show would be if it affirmed everything the V's were saying about Charlie to such a degree that she needs her daddy to come in and save her. That would unironically...
I mean, that's what happened, basically.
Anyway,
the only difference is that she needed Lucifer, she needed Alistair to do it.
Yes!
And it's also funny because that's what happened in season 1.
Yeah, did you forget that that's why?
And save the day. That was an ass pull.
Did you forget that's why this very first section got people mad? Did you forget that that's why people are mad about the fucking female characters getting shafted? It's because they don't do anything.
Also, hot take.
Because of the men.
You could. I think that you could write a version of Hazbin Hotel where Lucifer doesn't have this limitation, and he is powerful enough to just resolve any combative conflict, and you can still have a really good narrative conflict just from the idea of
he doesn't care about sinners.
Well, that, but I mean, also, I meant more so just the fact that, like, if you made the story specifically about redeeming sinners, and, like, the conflict is about the characters overcoming their characteristic drawbacks, and make that the conflict, then it wouldn't fucking matter how powerful Lucifer is.
Yes.
Unless he can just magic someone into a good person, which...
Yeah, if the show is about making, bad people good, like, his power wouldn't really be anything that would stand in the way of that, meaningfully.
Unless you make it so that he's actually just decided, you know what? I'm losing residents. I kind of don't want that. Which, at that point, you basically are just writing a different character.
Yeah, you're writing a completely different character.
Yeah, like, no. Oh, you had it! You had it! You were having a decent point, and it kind of just goes into this.
Right.
And like, no, no. It's funny because you specifically said that they tried to avoid stuff like the Avatar and Korra thing. But no, this works even better as like it's because of what happened in season 1 where he just Deus Ex Machina to victory. We can't have that again, but they did not have that again in a bad way. And even then again, the show is miserable about that stuff because it did actively reaffirm that the V's were right and that she needed another man to come in and save the day.
Yep.
He was the one who beat up Vox, at least until the shark came in. He's the one who, after convincing Rosie to fix his staff, was essentially the one who got the biggest power guy they needed to like stop the bomb and get the other V's to join to stop the bomb. Because they weren't gonna be able to do that until he did it.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't make sense for her to make this point. She already agreed earlier that the female characters got shafted. She should know that Charlie is literally carried by all the other characters doing the work for her.
Oh, no. She doesn't say that the female characters got shafted. She says that Charlie specifically got shafted.
Well, that's still bad.
Her as an exception. Not only is that still bad, but that's also wrong.
Yes.
Maggie, again, arguably gets it as bad, if not worse in some respects. Cherry Bomb is probably the one exception to that in terms of, like, the good guys, really. I mean, I guess Emily was very ineffective up until the finale of season 2.
Anyway,
Sarah's very ineffective.
I think we bullied this point enough,
Yeah.
I think we bullied it enough.
We can bully it more. Bully into suicide. No, just kidding.
She needs her daddy to come in and save her. That would unironically be the most Steven Universe this show has ever been. If anything...
Where are you talking? Oh my fucking god. Of course you're talking about Steven Universe. You can never get that show's cock out of your mouth, Lily. Good god. Aren't you gay? Aren't you gay? You should get... I'm sorry.
What? No.
So fucking sorry. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad, dude.
And I thought my suicide joke would be read poorly, considering we're talking about a point coming from a trans woman. Oh no!
No. Okay.
Nobody clip that.
Nobody.
Yeah,
nobody clip that.
I'm gonna keep this up. But like, dude, this is so unnecessary. This is so unnecessary. You did not need to do it this way. Why? What's the point of this? What, you just had to throw in a bit Steven Universe's bad, which honestly would not be bad, okay? Because, we do it sometimes with the whole Ruby stuff. I'm not gonna lie, okay? Glass houses. But the difference is that we're not wrong about it.
This revelation about Lucifer.
Sorry, I was reading one of the Hazbin Hotel rewrite when... Never. Listen, I do not have...
Hazbin Hotel.
Listen,
I will probably never actually do it, but I have low-key... I have actively replayed in my head the ideas of what I would do if I wanted to renovate Hazbin Hotel.
Like, Listen, what I would like from Hazbin Hotel, I already think is like really challenging to do. Just the simple idea of like taking sinners in hell and redeeming them such that they can get out of hell is like that's a really complex. It's a really cool idea, but that's a really difficult idea to pull off. You have to have a really good understanding of human vices and how they are made up for. And I'm not
They said my adventures with Superman rewrite way.
Oh, well, I don't know.
But yeah, like I just imagine like me, I just grab roaming trend and be like, all right, let's do this. And then we come to the issue of, all right, season 1 is shocking. Season 1 has a lot more potential to work with in this regard than season 2. I feel like if we were to put our best foot forward,
you can easily probably fix season 1 in like an afternoon. We can probably
while still trying to make it faithful.
Probably, yeah.
Season 2 is going to be a lot worse. Even
if you kept season 1. Yeah, if you kept season 1 focused squarely on like the redemption arc, make Angel and maybe Serpentious like the main 2 people to focus on throughout the season. And like if you wanted to still have it like a Smiling Friends-esque kind of thing where like each new episode kind of focuses on like helping someone else overcome their vices, but like the overall plot focusing on like those 2 sinners in particular, yeah, you could probably do season 1 pretty easily. After that, you would then have like the Angel plot and then Vox, and I mean, that's when things get a little bit more complicated.
And the thing is, like, again, like, I feel like even if we were to go the fixing Ruby route of trying to still make it faithful to the ideas and overall skeleton of the plot we have for the main show, season 1 is a lot easier to fix, I feel like, than season 2, or at the very least, fixing it, if I were to make both of those, my season 1 would still be a lot better than my season 2.
Yeah.
Because season 2, some of the issues with that are...
Yeah, it's the difference
between... I think you have to overhaul so many things about...
Oh, so it's basically fixing Ruby Volume 5.
Well, no, I mean, and you're absolutely right, because, like, I think I'd the same, because, like, my ideal season 1 fix is just Smiling Friends, but, like, with a greater focus on, like, an overarching story. Because, like, you've already got, like, a good setup of just, like, making the characters about wanting to help people overcome their vices and that kind of stuff. And you can make a pretty good episodic out of that. It's everything else after that that's like, this is when things... Yeah, this is when things get more complicated. Sorry.
Author Under the Void made an interesting point. A lot of fans answer the question with, can sinners be redeemed? With, no, but we can make hell an easier place to live. And I found that pretty interesting.
Yeah.
While that's probably not the show that you would want to make, that could also be an interesting idea.
Yeah, like explore the idea of, is doing such a thing possible, or is that worth it, given that it is hell and we know why people go to hell, right?
Yeah, like what's better, making it so that they have a chance to go to heaven and possibly reunite with the people they hurt, or just making hell suck less, make living there not as much of a bad punishment.
And funnily enough, I feel like the solution to both is kind of like the same, because again, probably the big reason why hell sucks so much is because it's populated with all the worst of humanity that there has to offer. Having them overcome those hang-ups that got them there in the first place is probably the first major step to making hell a better place.
Yeah. Especially since, like, so little about hell is actually really a punishment for the people there, other than it looks bad, and I guess people are allowed to do whatever awful shit they want with no real governance.
Yeah.
Oh god, doesn't Lily have, like, a take about the heaven and hell dynamic later on in this video, or...
I don't know. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see.
She needs her daddy to come in and save her. That would unironically be the most Steven Universe this show has ever been. If anything, this revelation about Lucifer was just a symptom of a general problem with making an entire season about Vox and the V's, as opposed to the whole redeeming sinners in hell bit that the show is supposed to be about. See, that's the big issue undercutting all of this. It doesn't matter that Hazbin Hotel didn't think about its power scaling, because fuck power scaling. What matters is that the show...
No, power scaling is good, actually. Maybe the show should be more consistent with its power scaling. And also, Also, you use the logic of the internal power scaling to debunk the previous argument. Why are you saying fuck it when it helped you? I don't
I don't
understand.
The tough
I
part
do
is we
not.
were getting to a good point too, of just like, yeah, this stuff is just a symptom of a larger problem that the show's focus was bad, especially for season 2. It didn't focus on much of the stuff people came to the show for, or even much of the stuff that season 1 really left on the table for development. It kind of just became, let's have Vox bully Charlie. Meanwhile, Alistair bullies Vox.
Yeah.
And
Go.
and most of the actual stuff that we were excited, that we thought was interesting that season 1 gave us, was either walked back or otherwise kind of in the back burner.
Pete, go ahead.
I don't even understand like this. I mean, we've gone over it like so many times whenever people bring up like, oh, power scaling sucks. I'm like, so if like if a guy is able to beat this other guy and then later he doesn't, and for like no reason whatsoever, and like it's just I'm probably like phrasing this wrong. Okay, like people care about power scaling, even if you don't think you care about power scaling, you do, because like it's all about consistency. Like, I guarantee you that if you had someone like Alistair, who is proclaimed to be the strongest sinner in hell, and like
if Charlie could force God to say sorry, I think Lily would have a problem with that, or at least a reasonable person would.
Yeah, like if Alistair, you know, who after beating the shit out of Vox and everything else, suddenly just got his ass handed to him by like a random hobo on the side of the street. Like,
you get beat by Baxter.
Yeah, by Baxter. And like that, and then for the rest of the show, he's just Baxter's bitch for like absolutely no reason. Like that's an inconsistency, and like it completely changes our understanding of how threatening he is as a character if he can get his ass handed to him by like some random hobo, and it completely throws us for a loop for what we thought we understood about him. Now we don't know how to like, you know, interpret how threatening he is, or you know, as a force, or what all he can do, because we no longer have an idea of like what all he can do. If he can just, if like he is no longer the strongest sinner in hell arbitrarily.
Yep.
You want to know what the funny part about all this is?
What's that?
BlazBlue actually kind of does this exact thing you're talking about justifiably.
Yeah.
And it's for one reason. Ragnar the Blood Edge, who has these crazy superpowers and is reportedly one of the strongest characters in the entire series, especially by Endgame, but long before that, he's still able to keep up with like some of like the mid to high tier powerful guys. He constantly gets into fights with like most of the most powerful characters in the game, often back to back. So at a certain point, he can get bitched by someone because he's just exhausted or he gets blindsided. And it makes perfect sense. Dude fights like 5 fights, including one against like one of the 6 heroes who are some of the most powerful people in the universe. So of course, after a certain point, he's gonna not fare as well against some random vigilante.
Just get stronger over time as well. So it's like, you know, that stuff is always still subject to change. And the story is relatively pretty consistent on that. Like, you can have power scaling and have your story be good. You can do all of these things. Stop knocking down a specific writing concept just because a bunch of other shows do it poorly or you don't like it. Like, come on, dude.
This is like the second time that she either had a good point and ruined it, or was like close to a good point and then just, again, just ruined it.
Yeah.
Hotel didn't think about its power scaling, because fuck power scaling. What matters is that the show has a central premise that after 2 seasons now, it still hasn't actually gotten to. Honestly, Lucifer was a highlight of the season. He's one of my favorite characters alongside Alistair and Charlie, and not for any reason more complicated than he's just damn funny. And as we've established,
I have no idea what your idea of funny is from this.
I don't see the appeal.
I think he's bad. But yeah, like, again, like, the ultimate point she's trying to make is good. We didn't need that wrench thrown in there, though.
Absolutely not.
Really have the lofty expectations of this series that others seem to.
But it's a musical.
Yeah, I know.
You're
But
complaining about the songs in a musical.
you don't have to
Yeah,
sing every
okay.
line in a musical. Talking is
Art-
okay too.
So, away from a bad criticism, let's move on to a bad defense. A common complaint of
Okay.
season 2 is that there's too many songs, and when someone says this, some idiot who has been waiting all day to pantomime smugness goes, it's a musical.
Lily, you are
right.
no one to fucking talk, you dumb bitch.
So here's the thing. One, I don't think the problem is that there are too many songs. I think it's that they they don't put their best effort into the I guess let me put it this way. Like
Okay.
I think that there have been like some catchy songs here and there,
Yeah.
but I feel like because there are so many of them, there are more stinkers than I think that there need to be, or like more
Yes.
that you know.
And
songs
then there's
just
that
feel
one episode
pointless.
in season 2 where there's like fucking 4 songs. Now, and then, like when we got to Gravity, apparently the best song in the season to a lot of people. You know this, guys. I checked out. I was all like, there better not be a fucking song. And I just muted. I muted the entire thing and went to grab some freaking chicken because I'm like, fuck this shit.
You know what, Kaiser? You didn't miss a goddamn thing because it's all season 3, baby.
Yeah, it ended up not amounting to shit because Luke ended up not doing anything.
That's the thing.
So
Is
like
that
my problem is that they're right. There are arguably too many songs for the amount of show we're given. That's one of the many reasons why important things in the show don't get focus, because sometimes you have to allocate like 5 to 7 minutes on songs
Yes.
that are to varying degrees of diegesis and to varying degrees of moving the plot along.
And here's the thing. I wouldn't say that like that issue specifically is that like there are too many songs. I think that the issue is just that because if you in a better version of Hazbin Hotel, I think that you could have as many songs as they have right now and it would still be fine. I think the problem is with the story that they have written and the plot events that they have and the way that the story goes, it doesn't warrant this many
exactly my point. Like there's too many songs for this amount of show with what they're going for. But granted, I will say the quality ratio I think is actually better in season 2, personally speaking.
Yeah.
It's just that there's even more of them, and so much about both of these seasons is overstuffed.
Now, having said all that, are we agreeing with Lily's point here?
I guess
we are agreeing with the better half of Lily's point. Overhype is, oh god, is that a drawing a Gardevoir? Oh no!
I didn't even cross my mind. It better fucking not.
It better not.
We're agreeing with Lily's point. We're not agreeing with her presentation.
Actually, I think this is worse. I don't think this is Gardevoir. I think this is Lily's Gardevoir offspring. Or the one.
Oh no!
But yeah, like, but yeah, no, we're agreeing with the point. We're disagreeing with the presentation. So far,
Idiot who has been all day to pantomime smugness goes, it's a musical. There's too many songs in a musical. Huh? I usually call this performative confusion, where in an effort to make someone else sound
well, to be fair, not everything is performative. That's you, Lily. You do things that are dumb on purpose just to piss people off. Or you're just
it's
dumb.
just that some people are smug assholes, and she's one of them.
Some people are smug, but like there are other people that legitimately are like, I don't really see the problem. It tends to be a thing in musicals, which is perfectly fine to have that take, even if it's wrong. You just need to argue why it's bad. Stop insulting the people that you're supposed to be proving wrong, Lily.
Like
we can do it because you have dealt the first blow. You've made this shit personal for no reason. First,
like that's the thing about this video. On top of just being aggressively anti-fandom, it's generally mean-spirited in how it addresses critiques and praises. It like as harsh as we can be towards the show and towards other shows, we don't try to belittle the people who have things to say about it, even when we disagree with them or call them out for like asshole behavior.
or lying.
Lily,
Mostly
no,
lying.
she's just an asshole to the people she's talking to or about.
And she lies a
That
lot.
too. I mean, I haven't really seen much of it here, but still, yeah.
I mean, look, I'm sorry, bro.
She's
When you
bad.
lie once, you're going to lie again. I'm sorry.
Probably. But yeah, just like, yeah, it's just needlessly mean-spirited in how she goes about things.
Stupid, you pretend you have absolutely no ability to comprehend spoken language. Sorry, did I say pretend? My apologies. Yes, there's too many songs in this musical, and not only are there too many of them, too many of that too many are bad. Hazbin Hotel is not good at being a musical. Because of the aforementioned issue, where it's dripping in fandom, a lot of musical numbers are aesthetic first and narrative second, while songs in musical theater, and yes, I'm sorry, this is the only footage of a musical I actually have, are all characterization and all narrative because there's a limit to how much music video shit you can do in real time on a stage in front of an audience with live theater budgets. The actual point of comparison would be Disney films, which have about 5 to 6 songs per film thrown very sparingly into the plot where they belong. Hazbin Hotel outpaces those in just 2 episodes with half the runtime, but it is, quite simply, too many duds and not enough bangers. You can yell, but it's a musical all you want, but that's just the fallacious defense.
So what you're saying is, it didn't work because they didn't do it well, right, Lily?
Yep. It's
But
not that there are too
why,
many.
though?
Like,
What
it's not
can you... What examples do you have of a bad song? Can you explain why any of them are bad?
Bold of you
don't
to
like it.
assume that Lily's gonna back up her arguments.
Yeah,
Exactly
listen,
the point.
explaining things is sexist.
Like, all right, is it just the case of like, because there are some songs that are not to my taste in this
Sure.
show, but I'm not, and if I want to argue that I think they're bad, I can, but I have to actually argue that.
Well, to be fair, maybe, who knows? There's a bit more to this section. Maybe she'll actually get to that.
Of how boring so much of the music is. There's been a problem in fandom discourse for a long fucking time where the presence of
God, shut the fuck up.
Exactly, no. The problem is the fandom. The fandom bad.
God,
Fandom
someone
and
save me.
fandom.
Someone help. Please, please. Someone give me like $20 to keep me going. I'm sorry.
As much as we hate a lot of Ruby fans, we're not gonna blame everything on a show and on Ruby and on people's expectations on fandom bad. We don't like those mean shippers.
who's that?
We don't like Zell and Crimson, so we're just gonna say that they're indicative of the fandom at large.
Who's like that one? Go ahead, Pete.
I got bad news. I gotta step away for a little bit. If you guys are still streaming a little bit later, I
No
might be able to
problem.
hop back on.
All
But
right.
yeah, something from work
Later,
came
Pete.
up.
No, it's
All
all
right,
right,
see ya.
man. Take care, lucky bastard.
Yeah.
But anyways, freaking dude, it's like she's like Gollum, okay? My victim, stay away from my fandom. and my gang, the voice. I've never seen Lord of the Rings. Can you tell?
Neither
Can you
have
tell I've
I.
never seen Lord of the Rings. Okay.
I mean,
we're in
I've
the
seen
same-
I've seen The Hobbit, and I know he's in it, but that was a decade
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
More than a decade ago. When did the last movie come out? Like what, 2012, 2014?
Gotta rearrange a tiny bit. Because of
Housekeeping.
Pete.
Housekeeping.
And no, guys, he's not saying that because he is of the Hispanic persuasion, okay?
Again, she's just needlessly mean-spirited.
Yeah, she constantly pantomimes about a bunch of random ass people online without showing any evidence of what they are. And this is what I talked about in my what's the word? In the collab that I did with A List Exists a while ago, which y'all should definitely watch. Is that this is how you can tell, this is the big difference between good creators and bad creators. Bad creators have to obfuscate the truth. Good creators more often than not tell you the truth as they see it, and they are honest about it.
Bad creators have to attack the audience. Good
Yes.
creators can just attack the work.
Yes.
On that note, you can go watch my videos instead of Lily's. You can watch my next one when it comes out with these guys
About
this
Hazbin
very
Hotel,
show
yeah.
and why it's bad, and its main character is one of the worst main characters I have seen in a long
we've
time,
seen
on
it a
top of just being an
while.
anti-sue.
Shill. Anyway, but yeah, dude, I'm sorry. So many not nice words came to mind with the moment that she said fandom. I'm like, oh my fucking god!
Didn't she at the start of this point like talk about people like wanting to pantomime smugness, like to
yes,
it's a musical. You should. How are you gonna say that somebody talking to me? So like you're this. Of course you can talk about these exact kind of people.
Actually, this is a
You're one of them.
dichotomy of problems within fandoms of the online variety.
It's like wasn't it Quantum TV or something, or maybe some other guy who was like talking about how his ex-wife and a whole bunch of people are like all these.
Oh, dude, I remember.
And he's
I know that guy.
He knows he could tell he knows about that kind of stuff because he's one of them. He's exactly that type of guy.
Yes.
Sometimes it's a bit of a self-report when you can talk about how like other people are X kind of thing because you know what that's like. You're one of them. You just project.
Kaiser Shounen,
and that's why you know when you see it.
He says fandom has Vietnam flashbacks. Yeah.
Fandom dis long fucking time where the presence of a trope or cliche is considered over how well that trope or cliche is used. So
okay, so now you care about when things are done well. Meanwhile, oh my god, guys, look at these Tumblr designs. The characters are so skinny. How can anyone think this show could be good? Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. Enough. Silence. You vile wench. That was Quantum TV, I believe. Oh, okay, well, shit, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, are you freaking serious? No. You are not gonna play that game. You cannot be the lady who says, oh my god, guys, there's so much problems in fandoms when people always latch on to a specific trope in the story to say whether something is good or bad, instead of looking at how the story executed it. Meanwhile, scaling's bad, scaling characters are bad, furries are bad, fuck you. Get out of here.
I wouldn't, but apparently some people might.
Fandom was my Vietnam. Lily Bob.
Man.
My god, dude. This chick lacks any and all self-awareness. Dude, this video has 16k views last I checked. That's too fucking high. We need to give this shit to fucking
if you check all the comments, it's everyone agreeing with her, and she openly states effectively any dissent, any defense towards the show, or anything like that, that any disagreement will get nuked. I'm not here for that shit. It's
what?
Like, yeah. So at that point, it's like, well, why do you have your comments box open then?
Actually admitting that she doesn't want to actually talk to people. She doesn't want to. She just wants to preach to the choir. Why not just post on Patreon then? If you don't care about spreading the good word. It's not like you have that many people who would disagree with you. Everyone's saying that the show is trash. Why not just ride that wave? But see, that would be intelligent and would imply that you're good at understanding other people, which you're not.
Yeah, I'm DMing right here.
Oh shit!
Don't know if you'll be able to show it. But still.
Oh, second.
Yeah,
right. I want to leak the group chats. Oh my god! Okay, hold on. I gotta download this. Okay,
I was about to say, like, do you want me to just read it, or do you want me to wait for you to show it?
I need to show this to chat. I want to make sure that this channel is not about making shit up. Okay? Something this juicy, it has to be shared.
Like a rare steak.
Yeah, let's call this
Except
evidence.
no, you should probably make it at least medium rare, if not medium.
True.
Which is premium. Wait, what?
Oh my god, stop. Alright, image. Here we are. Alright, here we are, people. This is the comment. Go ahead and read it, CBF.
Can y'all see it?
They should be able to see it.
Oh, someone's like, where is it, Kaiser?
Y'all should be able to see it.
I still see a black screen. Oh, there we go. Now I see it. Now I see it. I forgot it takes a little while. So yeah. Note that anyone trying to argue against the public's responsibility for falling for propaganda, or even weasel some of that responsibility away, will simply have their comments deleted. I'm not entertaining that nonsense in any way, shape, or form. You're just wrong. That's my little.
Wow, the fucking media critic is afraid of people arguing with her about media. You can't make shit, people. This is the biggest quivering pussy on YouTube. Dude, you're dead. Your channel deserves to be this dead, bro.
Why isn't it banned already? Not because of this, but for like more.
Yeah, for other reasons, like literally trying to
no-
copyright strike channels falsely. Like, oh my god, this confirms what I always said. This chick does not want a fandom. She doesn't want a fan base. She wants a cult. She wants an island. She doesn't care about actually growing her platform and having people understand her views. She just doesn't care. That's wrong. You're a content creator. That's your job.
You're a cult of. You just want to be a cult of personality. You want what Kanye has. Being and you're also a bad person with a whole bunch of controversy, like Kanye. Except Kanye at least made good stuff.
Yeah. At least he was good at some things. Doesn't justify it, but you know, it is what it is.
That's why people have only really abandoned him now when he's going way too hard while not even having anything good anymore.
Yeah. You know, it's always even worse when somebody who has a lot of talent just has nothing. Even when they're bad, it's even worse that they have nothing meaningful to offer. Right.
Yeah. There's so many people who really should have their channels nuked. Men, women, trans, non-trans, like KP.
Autobot, Decepticon, I don't give a fuck, man. Like, dude.
Rep says Death doing shitty reviews, their channels should be revoked.
Oh, yeah.
CD's call channels should be revoked.
Freaking KP's channel, for that matter. Like, all of these people,
KP's
all of these people are spiritually the fucking same, dude. It's like, whenever they're around, right? It's like I'm Riku from Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. I can smell the same darkness off of all of you. Y'all fucking stink. I can't stand this shit. Good God, man. Oh my God. I'm sorry, people. I shouldn't be this heathen. I'm never beating the sexism allegations with this one. Okay. But it is what it is. Gonna keep going.
Oh yeah, Courtney Pete.
So to a lot,
you're right.
Yeah, Courtney Pete. Just for running that whole bullshit about Saberspark without any evidence. I'm sorry, bro. I think if you spread false allegations on somebody online, you should be revoked from posting on the internet publicly for 5 years. Bare minimum.
That's before we get into people. That's before we get into people like freaking Destiny and Vosh and all of them.
Yeah, because like, think about it this way. What would have happened if the narrative about Saberspark kept going? Saber could not defend himself. It's still true that he is innocent, but he had no means of defending himself, and he decides to freaking Roblox himself as a result. What happens then? Because that happens all the fucking time. Time and time again, there are many people on the internet that get accused of the worst shit humanly imaginable, and they see no way out because they're seeing the onslaught of hate and the walls are closing in, and they just do the deed because they see no other way of making out of that problem. What happens then?
But KP doesn't want to think about that. When Laya literally asked her, like, all right, consider put yourself in his shoes, like what would have happened if you had actually succeeded in ruining his life. She shut down in terms of like, no, she refused to acknowledge that point blank and just like was upset that he would dare ask her that.
Oh my God. Yeah, for some dumbass reason. That's why these people don't fucking care, bro. These motherfuckers don't care. If people listen to me, if the rates of over the next 10 years, if the rates of sexual assault have increased significantly by like 2 times how it is now, we have to blame people like them. We have to blame people like them. Because like these are the motherfuckers that give the actual pieces of shit free reign to do whatever the fuck they want. Because that's when people don't take it fucking seriously. That's when people give up on men's mental health and all of these other important issues and just get zonked out. They don't care. They don't want to contribute because they don't want to get involved. FYI, Courtney Pete is of the... Care. Yeah, they don't want to care.
Because
FYI.
like doing that, it's like, oh, either because they're sociopaths or because this will ruin their narratives and their defense mechanisms, and they won't get to feel right anymore.
Yeah, like Courtney.
You don't deserve to feel right.
Yeah, Zeo Gold. Courtney Pete is of the mindset of women never make false accusations. Meanwhile, she's accusing freaking Lily, a woman by all accounts, of making false allegations against her. So like, I don't fucking know, dog. Like, what happens then? Also, what about the factually proven true false allegations aside from... Because I know with Quite, it was a guy who falsely accused him. But like what about other ones that have been made throughout all of YouTube that have been factually been proven to be false? Like with Turkey Tom. Turkey Tom's a perfect example. Oh my fucking god. Like, these chicks just came out and said, oh my god, dude, this guy was super aggressive during sex. He went super back gorilla mode. And it's like, nope, that didn't happen. Nope, they asked for this. Nope, they didn't say this was a problem. Nope. And he literally has to reveal a lot of personal shit that we did not want to know in order to prove that he didn't do any of that shit. Like, what happens then? What if he couldn't do that? What if Tom killed himself? What if he killed himself? What if that happened? It would be on these people's fucking heads. That's why you should never be allowed to post on social media again for a bare minimum of 5 years. After that,
well, if it's proven, you should not be able to have a monetizable platform if you do stuff like that.
Nah, fuck that. Bare minimum, you cannot post on social media. You can't post on Twitter. You can't post on YouTube. You can't post on Reddit. You can't post fucking anywhere. I don't give a shit. I don't care. It's an impediment. Oh, it's an impediment on my rights. You nearly ruined someone's life.
It's like,
you could have killed someone. You could have killed someone.
Yeah, it's like at that point, if you make horrible false allegations or do like scumbag things, people get fired from their actual jobs for less. Yes. You should not be able to have these platforms. Oh, exactly. But that'll impede their livelihood. Who cares? They try to impede others' lives in general.
Yes.
They don't have that right anymore. Again, people get fired for less.
Yep.
And especially in this job market, you kind of don't want to get fired.
Yeah, of course, obviously there would be programs in place for like, psychological care and, trying to reform people that have committed such bad behaviors. But the bare minimum that we should ask for is consequences. We want consequences when people do insanely horrendous shit. And the consequence always has to be proportionate to the crime. So circling back to Lily. See, Lily, we have an excuse to be long-winded because we're in a fucking live stream. You got a YouTube video to make. To circle back to this with in regards to Lily, she is disproportionately shitting on the fandom for minor sins. She says all this horseshit about how God in the Bible is bad, but she is being no better by literally running away from discussion and meaningful debate that could have led her to changing her perspective and her beliefs by not engaging with them. She just wants to insult people and yell at people for being wrong without responding back, without challenging herself. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't care about the growth of animation. That's why she's so fucking miserable. That's why she has zero faith that any of these stories can be good if they fit some sort of arbitrary checkbox. It doesn't matter that we have other shows like Amazing Digital Circus that that fits in every single checkbox that she has about, oh, these guys are Tumblr-esque, these designs are this and that, the story is this and that. It doesn't matter if it's done well. It doesn't matter to actually engage with animation as a whole. She just wants to see shit burn. She wants to live in an echo chamber. Yes.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yeah.
How well that trope or cliche is used. So to a lot of Hazbin Hotel's fandom, they can't comprehend why someone would complain about the songs in a musical. Well,
just like you can't comprehend why someone would reasonably complain that the story is not good, despite the fact that they have designs that appeal to them. Yes.
Or why they would complain that the female characters are poorly utilized because they have Tumblr sexy men and furries, and that's boring to you.
Yeah. Like, dude, what the fuck? You're trying to make an argument for why the show is bad. Why are you talking about your own personal taste?
I'll tell you why. It's because they're bad. Nowhere is this more apparent than with Vox's songs, because YouTube tracks what parts of a video are watched the most. And for nearly all of Vox's songs, the part that gets watched the most is the part where someone else is singing in them. That is especially the case with Vox.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you until I look through every single one of those songs myself. The fact that you couldn't even screenshot this and post it on your video tells me you're either insanely fucking lazy or you're lying again. And given how Alistair is literally one of the most popular characters in the fucking show, I have a hard time believing this. It's not impossible.
She said Vox. She said Vox.
Well, either way, either or, yeah. Vox, whatever, fuck it.
And which is also like Gravity. No, not Gravity. Wasn't the #1 ranked song apparently for season 2?
A Vox song, yes.
Yeah, and that's a solo Vox song.
Yes. So she's lying again. She's lying.
Like, did she not watch Amazon's top 5 most popular songs for season 2?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brighter and Stay Gone are bad, Lily? I guess so. Oh my god.
You could talk about the lyricism, you could talk about the production.
Yes! No, actually, flesh out your points, Lily.
But you just go, oh, but they're not the most popular. Vox's parts are not the most popular parts of a song. Popularity doesn't mean quality. We all know that. This show is super popular, and all 4 of us agree that it's bad.
Oh my god, dude.
Vox Populi and Vox Day, because Vox Populi literally just has edits all over the place containing the only good part of the song, and the most watched part of Vox Day is the one that just rips that part off entirely.
I'm just a TV. I mean, I'm not even human. You've got the remote control.
Vox, Charlie, and conspiracies. Oh my fucking god. Okay,
I guess that's where the pinned comment comes into play.
Okay, I need some food in my stomach before we tackle this shit. You keep chat company while I get it.
Oh man. So that was quite a hell of a rant, wasn't it? We stand by everything we said about KP, about Courtney, about Lily. I stand by everything I said about Chibi and Rev. All those other people, just like this video is so bad, and the only 2 times she made a decent point, something had to come in and derail that to at least some degree. Yeah, where's she going with this? Yeah, that's why I want to know. You know, it's funny because season 2 was about all of these freaking social media and like porn industry like moguls. Like, we have Vox, who controls just the television industry in hell, at least. Valentino, who controls the porn industry and all of the sexual violence and exploitation that goes on there. And we have Velvet, who is a social media mogul as well, so she's able to further frame everything in negative light like a demagogue. And it's funny how like season 2 is about them trying to smear Charlie's name and her getting so butt mad about it, and yet the only thing they do with that really is just embarrass her live on TV. There are no like real and like upload clips of that through social media and such. I guess they don't do a whole lot with that. It would have actually been really funny if they used the whole verbal A's thing and just made it so at some point while she was with them, they frame her as being a creep. I love how Lily can't provide anything to back up her own opinions. Yeah. Like, evidence. Who needs evidence when I could just say that people do things? I said it, therefore I'm right. Trust me with your logic and points. Trust me with your opinions. Just like Vox.
I see I have returned at the best possible moment.
Yes, you've returned now for when you missed a beautiful, beautiful rant. Also, oh yeah, whoops, yeah.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
Vox, have y'all read the Defense Devil? I have not. We can ask Kaiser about that in a little bit. But yeah, Kaiser went off to get some food because, oh man, Lily's just bad, and we're about to tackle this point soon about Charlie, Vox, and conspiracies, whatever that could possibly mean.
Oh yeah. Also, yeah, I looked a little bit at Defense Devil just on like a Google search. It kind of like aesthetically, it kind of reminds me vaguely of Do Gray Man. I don't know if it's made by the same mangaka or if it's related in that regard, but just the kind of like aesthetic of it gave me like those kinds of vibes. I don't know anything else about it. That's all I've seen. But yeah, so where catch me up to date on like the most what's the most recent like arguments that Lily has been making, I guess.
So let's see. We had the part where she talked about, I believe he left sometime during the whole thing, yeah, with Lucifer. So there was all that, and then she went basically to defend to criticize the fact that people defend the show having too many musicals with, but it's a musical. But she did it in the most smug douchebag way imaginable. Still managed to circle around to fandom bad. And we're like, man, like, ma'am, you have no self-awareness whatsoever. You're a terrible person. And we just like went into like, yeah, all the stuff with like her and Kate.
Ma'am, this is a
and Courtney
Wendy's.
Pete.
Please pull through.
And yeah, there was also the back half of the Lucifer stuff where it's just like, oh, who really? I mean, where it's like, oh, this whole thing about this power being an ass, about his punishment of not being able to hurt sinners is an asshole. That's like small potatoes to the real problem of this show just doesn't have good focus. It sidelines, it ignores its concept and the actual main things people cared about, which, okay, we worded it differently and better, but yeah, that's a part we agreed with. It's just
I think I was
worded that.
Yeah, I think I was there for that part, or at least like the Lucifer stuff, because yeah, that I don't even understand. Again, I want to know like who these people are that are like giving these kinds of arguments. I genuinely want to know like who are these kinds of people who criticize Hazbin Hotel for thinking that like this is that Lucifer not being able. Oh no, am I the only person who? I'm back, but now CBF has left, so now we have to entertain
still here.
Oh,
Kaiser
sorry.
left.
I thought you said that you had to step away.
No.
Fandom's bad. Or
By the
fandom's
way-
bad. Okay. Yeah, fandom's bad.
It's funny how like that's the title for this here, and yet the actual title on the YouTube is Vox is boring actually. So I guess that gives us a better idea, maybe.
Oh, good. Of course, Lily thinks that Vox.
The only character that's able to fucking do anything throughout the entire season, and who actually had meaningful impact, is fucking.
Again, granted,
boring.
it is because everyone else is fucking just brain dead.
Even then, it's so
like,
dumb. Like, dude,
again,
this is this is what I hate about this fucking video. I do not like this show. Like, do not get it fucking twisted, bro. We do not like this show. I fucking hate it. I hate it. But this bitch is so fucking stupid.
The Reploid over here, invoking his inner Robotnik.
His inner Maverick.
I hate that Hellverse. Hate it. Hate.
This video turned him Maverick. But yeah, it's like, yeah, we agree that the show is awful, and there are occasionally a half decent point here and there that we kind of agree with, even if it gets torpedoed by other stuff.
Yeah.
But like, it's just so mean-spirited on top of just going on like weird tangents that have little to do with much of anything, instead of actually making decent arguments like what I did to argue against the notion that Alistair is a fraud.
Yep.
No, we get this crap instead. Oh, and you weren't there for this, but we read Ugox's super chat, which was apparently from a while back about have you all read Defense Devil?
Oh, I'm sorry, you Gox. I didn't mean to skip you, but no, I never even heard of it. Is it good?
Yeah, I looked it up. I know nothing about it. I looked it up online just for like a quick skim just to see what the artwork looks like. It kind of gives me De Grey Man vibes. I haven't looked at like who the mangaka is, but like it kind of looks like it might be made by the same person. But beyond that, I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, let's see what this final section is supposed to be. The final third of the video is about Vox, Charlie, and conspiracies, and the fact that Vox is apparently boring.
Yeah, what fucking okay? All right. Listen, you want to tell? Like, again, as someone who found Vox the second most entertaining character in season 2, I am not going to like bat that he is like this interesting villain who is so in depth and his character arc is like no, but like you don't. All right, and if you find him boring, that's okay, but I don't really understand how you can say that for anyone but yourself when like so much about his the VA's performance and the many different kinds of like character. God, I'm just you know what? We'll just hear what like Lily has.
Let her cook. She can burn. Let her cook.
Yeah,
let's watch her burn down the house.
Let her burn down the house and let's laugh at her after she loses everything.
Jinx.
Troll. Change channels if you don't like what you're watching.
I only touched on it briefly in the video itself, but a major problem with Season 2 is how much time is wasted on Charlie just rotting as a character. Some people have tried to explain this by saying she's a pride demon, but pride is a nebulous concept in general. Much of the season amounts to Charlie being unable to accept that someone who acts in bad faith 100% of the time won't listen to her good faith attempts to clear the air. And like, the first time that happens, I suppose it's understandable, though I question why Charlie hasn't figured out yet that the V's aren't to be trusted in all the time they've been there, and one of her friends being on the V's leash. But
we don't even agree that it was understandable, but still.
Yeah, see, here we go. A perfectly good point. A very great, precious point to make. Please don't ruin this.
Savor it. Cherish it. Nurture it.
Yeah. Give
it some water and fresh vegetables.
Good Lily Orchard takes are like that's like pulling that's like
me having a bad one.
That's like pulling that's like pulling a foil badger mole cub.
That's like getting a ghost rare out of a random Yu-Gi-Oh pack.
Dude, that's like getting the Black Lotus.
Yes. And it's been graded a 10 out of 10.
Defense Devil was a short-lived manga about a powerful devil running defense court cases for sinners that wrongly ended up in hell. Oh, okay, you guys.
Oh, that's an interesting premise.
That is an interesting premise.
Yeah, I'd like to check it out. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How sexy are the characters? Okay, this is important.
Does he ever call Saul?
But yeah, like
he better. Like he'd be down there with him.
But yeah, at this point, we largely agree with. Hell, that's part of what our video is going to be about. Well, my video that these guys are in is going to be about this very thing. Why Charlie is a garbage character, especially in Season 2, but also in Season 1. She's the worst character in the show.
Yeah.
All the attempts to justify Charlie's actions, even using existing character flaws, fail at one simple point. This is a plot contrivance. The story was written as Vox making a power grab, and anything that could get in the way of that is conveniently moved aside. Some of those contrivances are graceful, others are not so graceful. And Charlie's behavior is an example of a deeply ungraceful plot contrivance. What often happens when fandom gets into these little spats is that fandom is often...
You ruined... You had a good thing going, and then you just... wasn't good enough.
Yeah. You and your pride and your ego.
For these fandoms, dog. Dude, Okay, people in My Little Pony fandoms hated your ass for being a bitch and then kicked your ass out. Get over it. You're 30. You're 30.
The big 3-0.
Well, specifically, I think she's like 32, if that. So like, yeah, dude, this is insane, bro.
You're old.
Look at
Oh,
Nifty.
man.
Nifty is the one shining beacon of hope throughout this entire
The
video.
one
Yes.
thing to
Nifty, fun.
ease our
Great.
pain until she moves
Great.
off frame.
Yeah.
What
It's
often
like telling
happens
that
when
old
fandom
lady
gets
to
into
give her
these
the
little
kill yourself sign.
Yeah.
spats is that fandom is often aggressively hyper-Watsonian, and Watsonian critique doesn't work.
Oh my god, dude, this fucking dude, I don't even want to look up what that fucking shit means. We went over
I know
it
that
that
like
one other.
Loyalist reasoning and Watsonian reasoning. Let me
I-
look it up right now. Let me refresh myself.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Watsonian
Y'all can
reason.
do this. I'm gonna eat some more Chinese.
What? I don't even know what. The most I come up with is like, what the hell even is Watsonian?
All right, so yeah, Doyalist is basically the out of universe stuff involving like the writers and like other stuff. Watsonian is in universe. Basically, think of like this. This feels like when it comes to people making the Thermian argument.
Hmm.
So yeah, Watsonian is in universe reasoning and shit and tackling that stuff there. Doyalist is out of universe reasoning.
Lily, did you
Okay.
just
And
get
like,
that
yeah,
from
I
a
guess
random?
that's kind of fair.
Okay.
I guess so.
So
was the
got
point
Let's see where she
Superman?
goes with it. Lovely Creator 365 for $5. 5 minutes. Can she not mention fandom for 5 minutes? Donkey, can you not mention fandom for 5 minutes?
Just Lily, can you not make a bad take for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
5 minutes. Yeah, like literally the exact point where I just
Can
lost
you
it.
watch
Man.
even a single Lily Orchard video and not have a bad take within the first 5
Well,
minutes
and
of said
not
video?
mention fandom. She's obsessed with that dude. She can't get.
Outlaw her. Fandom. Outlaw it. Ban her from that word.
Yes, please.
Yeah. We need to plug her into whatever Twilight Town Roxas was into so that we can just remove that word from her vocabulary.
Gone.
Yeah. Are gone?
Yeah, they took the.
Well, I mean that's not a bad thing. I mean, whoever really liked anyway. We're all just a
dirty.
fucking.
Sorry. And imagine that's Olette that said that.
Oh no.
I mean, most are toxic anyways. So.
Oh my god.
Listen, who fucking needs anyway?
Oh,
Yeah,
also, they
let's
say
see
I
what
have
she's
bad
got
takes about
cooking.
My Little Pony, so yeah, fuck them.
true.
Lily probably.
So yeah, let's see what she's got cooking. What about the bad fandom being overly attached to Watsonian reasoning or whatever?
Yeah.
When critiquing quality. It's great for a book report, not for a review. So trying to sort out why Charlie is behaving this way will always produce weak excuses, because the real answer is Charlie could swat this gnat easily and we need a reason for why she won't. It's the same argument for Lucifer and why Alistair's powers are weakened without his staff. All of this exists to clear the board for Vox to be a threat, because he just isn't without it.
Can we even say that Charlie can beat him easily? Again, like
Well,
we're going back to power scaling stuff. And
probably.
again, if the fight with Adam is any indication, can we even say that's the case?
I don't
Maybe
fucking
like
know.
that. That feels like that's what they were kind of wanting to go for. They have this idea of like, all right, she can be super powerful if she just lets off the reins, but She wants,
she locks in.
but she wants to be too. But she's too nice and too good of a person to do that until the chips are down. But then the one time it happened, she got her shit rocked. About as bad as Alistair did.
Yep.
Well, maybe not as bad, but still. But yeah, the idea, like, a funny thing, there's an even worse reason for that on top of all that, and it's because the show this season 2 is an idiot plot. That's why Charlie does
and by
all
the
the stuff
way,
she does, and why the angels, when they come down, they just bring gift baskets and apologies.
It's so funny.
It's all for the sake of him being this super powerful
So-
person. You're right, but it's because this show, season 2, is an idiot plot. It's
So
not
here's the
just
thing.
that we need him to be powerful, so let's contrive a bunch of stuff. No, we need the plot to move.
Yeah.
We can only do that by making everyone stupid.
Yeah, exactly. But like, here's the thing, right? There is a YouTuber named, I think his name is Jesse Golo. He's apparently he's a bigger YouTuber than me, but he's apparently a fan of my work, which I had no fucking idea. He's a great guy, mostly talks about Miraculous Ladybug, but he talks about other animated shows too. And he made a video recently talking about why Charlie is such a bad main character. He made it 2 months
Talking
ago.
about why Charlie.
Yeah, why Charlie? Just why? Why her at all? And
Yeah.
he ironically argues against this exact same point. But the difference is that he's able to say everything that Lily said without being a fucking dickbag. He just addresses the argument and why it doesn't internally work. That's all he does. Because he, unlike Lily, Jesse, or Jess, I forget how he pronounces his name, he actually wants people to understand his point of view. He doesn't want to gatekeep people from, being able to argue back at him or belittle them for having a different take than he does. He just wants to express his thoughts, because at the end of the day, he is no less important than you are. He's no less important than some other random dickbag on the internet. He's just a random dickbag on the internet that has the talent and the means and the care to put his thoughts into fucking vocal wave form and post it online. And he respects his audience enough to not belittle them. So the point is, go subscribe to Jesse Golo. He's a great video essayist. So much better than Lily has ever been, and he deserves more. Absolutely.
It's funny that that the one time she has so far made an almost unequivocally good point. That's the point where we do this.
Yeah. I mean, look, there are so many bad points in between that. We kind of got stun locked for a while.
True.
To clear the board for Vox to be a threat, because he just isn't without it. There's been a lot of ink spilled about Vox this season, with some even calling him the best character in the series, because ultimately what undoes him isn't the power.
A majority of people say he's the best. What do you mean some people?
Like, the whole best character thing also just comes from the fact that, like, everybody else is so much less interesting than him. Or at least in that season. I don't think much of him in season 1. But, like, he kind of, like, takes it just by default of being charismatic and getting shit done for his role. Granted, he gets shit done because everyone else are a bunch of collective morons. But, like, still, one way or another, he still serves his purpose to the plot. And
he doesn't feel very confused in terms of what what they're going for, unlike with Charlie or Alistair.
Yeah, his character, his VA gives a pretty good performance. He's got some the fact that he's like a TV also gives for a lot of like entertaining kind of like facial reactions to a bunch of different reactions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, his
songs have some of the coolest visuals of any of the songs on the show.
Yeah, like
he's got a lot of points for him, other than the fact
he kind of
that
sticks out in that.
Work.
He kind of sticks out in that regard because, like, with how like everything else is like red or pinkish, and he's got like a lot of blue hues, he kind of stands out in that regard.
Yes. Also, Zio Gold, Kaiser Shounen, you should hear what Lily says about the Mega Man X games. What the fuck did she say?
Oh no!
I don't wanna hear that crap.
No fucking shot. No,
we can't do that tonight.
Yeah, we've been going on for 3
I
hours.
doubt she even fucking played them. No way. You're baiting me. You're baiting.
Or a friendship, or
let's
even just
continue.
anime power scaling, it's his own vices that destroy him.
As long as I wipe that smile off Alistair's fucking face, I don't care what happens.
And I've gotten pushback for calling Vox the worst thing in the season, because by all objective measures, this would be a very well-written villain if you ignored the contrivances, and I don't fucking care. Vox, and indeed all of the Vs, are just so unbelievably dull. It really doesn't matter how well written they are, they will still be the worst things about the series. That might sound irrational to you, and that's because it completely is. Vox's entire characterization is a personification of a conspiracy theory. The idea that the media and propaganda can convince people to do this or buy that against their basic will when it really can't. Propaganda can't make you do something you didn't want to do. And if it does make you do something, you already wanted to do it.
Sounds like someone who falls for propaganda on the daily basis.
Yeah, number one. And number two, what is it about Vox's story that goes against that premise? Like, yeah, the demons in Hellspawn and Sinners already have a bias against heaven. They saw that people with the right means were able to fight back against heaven, so they want to kill God out of revenge for the genocide. And Vox uses that. Sorry,
so, like, what about that is, like,
not propaganda?
And, like, how is that not an interesting thing other than it detracts from what the main point of the show is in terms of focus? Like, well, number one, let's be real, he's not the worst thing. Charlie is the worst thing about this entire show. And number two, yeah, like, all right, what she said about the whole stuff about propaganda, none of that is wrong.
I absolutely agree.
It's because you wanted to buy into it, or like don't really care enough to go against it. So you kind of just go, okay, like something about implicitly or overtly, you wanted to agree with what was being said. They sold you the snake oil because the contents seemed, at least according to what they were talking about, like it's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah,
exactly.
The thing about propaganda is that, like, you know, she's making it sound like propaganda, as we understand it, is like some kind of form of mind control or something like that. When it really isn't.
I think she said that the show was trying to make it that way, but it never did.
The thing is that propaganda plays off of the things that we already kind of understand to a certain degree, and then, like, it plays off of other biases in order to strengthen those kinds of beliefs in the things that, like, the propaganda is propagandizing. Like, yeah, of course, propaganda wouldn't work on somebody who doesn't already believe the propaganda, but like, it's not like if the propaganda didn't exist, that doesn't mean that the same amount of people would still believe in said propaganda if it wasn't around. That's the reason why people propagandize in the first place, is to better instill those beliefs in the people who don't already believe that.
Yeah, it's reinforcement.
Reinforcement to try to drive them away from the alternative, like in this case, Charlie and her hotel and stuff like that. Like, you make it. I'm genuinely.
Let's like rewind to when she starts talking about the propaganda bit to fully grasp it.
Yes.
Characterization is a personification of a conspiracy theory. The idea that the media and propaganda can convince people to do this or buy that against their basic will when it really can't. Propaganda can't make you do something you didn't want to do. And if it does make you do something, you already wanted to do it. Okay, you just needed someone to tell you that it was okay. It reminds me of the persistent myth that, like, the people of Nazi Germany didn't know what was going on in the death camps, despite them often being placed right inside residential districts. People lived right beside these things. They threw smoke up high into the sky. They knew. To take a less severe example, it's often like when people talk about how social media makes people forget that there's another human being behind the screen when it gets into its witch hunts. No, they don't forget. They know. They like bullying people, and they just wait for acceptable targets.
Yeah, like you, Lily. They're just you're bullying random ass people on the internet for having different takes about fucking cartoons.
It's like, all right, all right, so, like this is correct.
But I don't know.
Here's a better example. Here's a better example.
To the point where, like, how do we get, like, where do we get to the point where that's a bad thing, though, for the show?
Yeah, we're waiting for the shoe drop. But go ahead, Pete.
Here's a better example of like propaganda. And again, because I don't like to talk about politics, I'm not going to like talk about this in terms of left or right, and instead just ask you, the viewer, to put in whatever wing you disagree with. I think I know which one it is, but like I'm not touching politics is the point I'm saying. So let's think of like all the kinds of political like podcasters and stuff from like the side that you disagree with. If you think that like there weren't any of them anymore, I'm not saying that like they weren't there and then like another bunch of podcasters would instead take their place. I mean, like, if there weren't any of them at all, do you really think that the same number of people who that there would be the exact same number of people on that side as there are right now? Do you think that without the kind of reach and propagandizing that these kinds of people have, that there would be as many people who believe in it? Like, as well, it's funny that like Lily gives this explanation as though it proves that propaganda doesn't convince people of these arguments, when really that's exactly what it does. Yes, it doesn't force people to believe in something, but it reinforces the biases and stuff that they already had to begin with.
Yeah, and nurtures and gives them a voice, and most importantly, it gives them a vocabulary. You see like different freaking buzzwords, different people on either side use, and then members of whatever side start using that term regardless of context because it vaguely sounds like what the other person is talking about.
Or hell, I'm surprised she didn't go like further in for like for any of like the most common pressing issues nowadays, considering she mentioned Nazi Germany. Like let's be real, the propaganda stuff going with ICE right now, that people wanted to agree with that, whether or not you agree with that is like for a bunch of reasons.
Yeah,
that's a modern example she could use if she wanted to be super topical about that.
There are people
which is funny because this show has a form of genocide going on in its main plot, and it's a show where like these social media tycoons are chasing trends and trying to defame people.
Yeah,
but let's see where she goes with this. When will this connect to why? But this is boring.
Yeah, like there are people who like will put blind amount of trust into. I shouldn't get political, but like there are people who will like put blind amounts of faith into certain political group. I'm just like in law enforcement and ICE in general. And that's because like the people that they listen to, push them away from finding those kinds of sources that show instances of corruption in these kinds of institutions. So they are completely ignorant. Like, and again, because they've been, like that is all propaganda. They are being like, this isn't. I don't understand how you can possibly argue that propaganda doesn't. This is like the meme of like the gaslighting girlfriend telling her boyfriend, no, gaslighting isn't a real thing. You made that up in your head. That's what this sounds like.
We don't even know if she's saying that this is bad that Vox is trying to represent in a way. So we'll have to see. Lily's points are way too fucking long-winded.
Also, Zero Gold, like, so are we going to ignore the fact that Lily said that all German people were okay with everything?
Yes, because it has no business being here. It has no business being in this point. I don't know whether or not she's correct, and I don't fucking trust her.
Also, on top of that, it's like, all right, there was a reason for that because of the propaganda. A lot of people knew about that, and they didn't speak up either because one, some of them didn't care because of the propaganda against all the different groups, and number two,
they fucking die.
Gets you killed.
They fucking die.
I'm sorry. Situations that you're watching, like if you speak about that, your fellow man, your fellow German man, in a week or a month or two, will see you being hauled to those same camps that they saw you speak up about.
Yeah, like, are you fucking?
People didn't do that.
That's wild assumption that every single person without exception was okay with it when they're living in the fucking version of the most totalitarian time
Fascist
in
regime.
Germany. And
It's
like,
yeah.
violently so. And you think that it should have been normal for people who disagreed with that to want to speak up to the fucking fascist regime of people who will fucking kill anyone who speaks. I'm just sorry. No, I shouldn't.
Yeah, it's
No,
all
no,
right.
no,
We
you don't
should not
have to
get
apologize.
Stunlocked.
This is what we need.
No,
This is what we need.
it's
If this helps
ridiculous.
us like prove that Lily is not going about this well, we take it.
Yeah.
We
No,
stand on our
But most
stuff.
importantly, we should not be fucking Stunlocked because this is an incredibly fucking overly long-winded point. Do you agree that Vox does this well or not? And if you don't, explain why. I don't care.
Yeah.
Targets to tell them that it's okay. So I just
Wait, oh my fucking
like,
god.
I don't think that he does it like super well. I don't think
wait
that
for
like it does
acceptable
he doesn't
target
super
to tell.
I don't
Here we go.
I don't think that like he does it super poorly either, but like that's just mostly because we don't really go into the whole Vox being a propagandist much more than just he is a propagandist.
As a general rule of thumb, any kind of explanation for the public's behavior that implicitly absolves them of responsibility for that behavior is usually false and designed to reassure you and keep you from self-reflecting. I mean, I don't know why you have to put this here. You already explained it in your fucking video. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh my god, you're so bad at this.
them that it's
Also, wait,
okay.
is
So I
this-
just
Well, wait, go back for like to that little line again. Just
Okay.
is this like referring to the instance about Nazi Germany?
I guess so, or maybe it's like I guess it's like a general thing, I guess, but like, yeah, using that as an example.
It just feels weird because isn't it
Like,
kind of like
there
saying,
are-
okay, well, if there is a reason why they wouldn't want to speak up, which is legitimate, it's actually not. Am I reading this right? Any kind of explanation for a public's behavior that implicitly absolves them of responsibility for that behavior is usually false and designed to reassure you and keep you from self-reflecting.
I mean, that
Like,
depends.
okay,
Just
okay, so-
because, wait a second. Just because just because that, there's an explanation for why, like, taking some level of responsibility there is a difference between someone who guns down freaking Jewish people for sport in Nazi Germany or because of their freaking, beliefs or whatever. And the
and
person
someone
who
who-
stays out the way because they don't want their own families to get freaking gunned down. Do you believe that these two people are different, Lily? These are two different kinds of people? So we have to treat them a little bit differently?
Of course Lily doesn't believe that. She lacks any sense of empathy.
Oh, fucking course, man. And again,
Also,
that doesn't mean that, like, okay, that absolves them from self-reflecting. People
yeah, and
who
you're
lived
right.
through those times talk all the time about how scarring it was and how horrible it was. Now they wish that things could have been done. How they wish they could do something better. Look up any documentary about this fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Like the Germans for like such a long time like didn't even want to acknowledge it to almost an unhealthy degree because they were ashamed of it. Like fuck no, there were absolutely I guarantee you that there were people who like reflected on, them not speaking up about it, but didn't want to because like you said, they were thinking about the safety of their own families and like being around for them and them just being around in general.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, people can. There's nothing wrong with like that. There's nothing wrong with them not doing that when they very clearly if they do regret not bringing that up and if they do reflect, like they can still reflect on that and still like
and treating these two people differently is not absolving them from responsibility. It's being proportional. You are giving them proportional levels of shit given what they have done and the circumstances that prevented them or caused them to do what they did or what they didn't do. So it's
what
the hell?
What is Lily smoking? I wanted to know that for such a long time so we could figure out how to just ban it entirely. Whatever Lily's smoking it, like smoke less of that, buy more blue meth. I'm more than happy to cook for everyone. You're reading it right, Pete. You're reading it right. Yeah.
So
it's
dumb.
it's such a weird thing to say. And like, especially
just-
from someone like Lily, who's done what she has, it's such an incredibly
It's embarrassing.
It's tone deaf. Sorry
Lily,
about that.
6 words for you. The Warsaw Pact Nuremberg trials. Yeah, there's also that. But
can't find Vox compelling because I know the entire concept behind him is based on a pervasive lie.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
I wonder, is she talking about?
So
like,
she's
just
saying
how?
So basically, if I understand this right, she is saying that the show frames Vox manipulating the populace as the show trying to say that Vox is implanting these issues and these problems into people's heads and making them do things that they otherwise wouldn't do. Which on some level, yes, he has that mind controlling power. But for the most part, what he does is that he is feeding off of the shit that people already have issues with. We see this constantly. There are many points in which he talks and he doesn't use his mind control hypnosis bullshit. It just makes it a little bit easier to speed that process along. But every single scene where he has actual impact, he doesn't need to force his way through the problem. He spins that shit around to his favor. Because that's what he does. He propagandizes. That's the thing that he does. And what Charlie has to combat against is understanding that people are angry at heaven, understandably, but saying that they have to be better anyway. They say this shit constantly, Lily. How is it this hard? I fucking hate this show, and you can't even say it's shit right.
Lily! I don't know why I thought of that. Just
wait.
I just imagine. Sorry, the way that you're arguing for some reason, I just thought of the think mark, but it's you and
think,
like,
Lily, think. God, dude. Oh my god.
Designed specifically to reassure the public against examining their own behavior. I find Vox frustrating specifically because I find people continuing to engage with this idea frustrating. So there's no version of Vox.
Oh,
power
so
went off.
Oh, that sucks, CBF. I'm sorry, man. I guess we have to rant about this without.
You know what? Who could have possibly imagined that the lady with absolutely no sense of empathy and just has no self-reflection of the kind of shit that she
literally
does.
refuses to argue with other people about her points of view would have an issue with this. Oh my fucking god. You cannot make this shit up. Dude, and also, you are shadowboxing to the maximum degree. This is the biggest case of Lily Orchard shadowboxing a point I have ever seen in my entire life. This is not what the show is saying. This never happened. This doesn't exist.
The propagandizing thing isn't even like a big plot point or anything. It's just a means to explain his like social reach.
Specifically, her issue is not the propaganda. Her problem is that she thinks the show is saying that what he's doing is conspiracy theorizing, when that's not the case. He is fitting propaganda. He is doing propaganda. He is doing all of these things. These are all problems that the sinners have always had about heaven, and Charlie needs to give people the means to fight back against those mindset and become better. They do it the worst way fucking possible. They do it poorly, but that's what the show said. That's what they did. I don't understand.
I don't either, but it's a Lily Orchard video. We're never gonna understand.
Dude, she is giving us like the Shadow Dempsey role right now, bro. Oh my fucking god. She is just wailing upon this point, upon this version of Vox that isn't even represented in the actual show. So, like, okay, if you think that this is the case, what about when Vox managed to spin everything about Lucifer? When Lucifer tried to clap back at him, and he managed to spin it around and talk about why he's a fucking loser who doesn't care about the sinner's problems, who doesn't care about hell's problems.
You're forgetting one thing, Kaiser. For her to be able to explain that, she would actually have to address things on a scene-by-scene basis, and she's not going to do that. She's going to be very general so that she doesn't have to explain her
Of
points.
course she does. Of course she does this, because guess what? She hates propaganda, right? But here's the thing about propaganda. It's not just about what you tell people, it's what you don't tell people. Sure, you can tell people that, say, for example, black people commit X amount of crimes despite making up X population of the fucking state or country or whatever the fuck. But what you don't tell people, in the part that you don't tell them in order to get them mad, is that a lot of those people who commit those crimes are dealing with material conditions that force them into those directions, that force them to act in certain ways against the law in order to provide for themselves, provide for their families, or just because they are brought up in an environment that teaches them no other way to fucking live. That is what propaganda is. So by the same logic, Lily is saying all of this stuff about Hazbin Hotel, about writing in general in many of her videos, and everything that is wrong with her videos, if you've noticed, is the things that she does not fucking tell you. It's the things that she lies about, that she hides about, that she doesn't even show fucking evidence for. That is the problem with Lily Orchard. She is a propagandist. It's just that her propaganda fucking fails because everyone can tell that thing is bullshit from a mile away. Because unlike with real world politics, where there's like, culture, biases, psychology, and factual data that you can actively manipulate, all someone needs to do to prove Lily wrong is to watch the show that she is talking about and have basic common sense. Think about that. Think about how utterly crushing I managed to do, how utterly crushing so many videos against her have been, and all they had to do was show you what the show actually did. Simple as.
Mic drop.
It's hypocrisy. The height of fucking hypocrisy. Context is her biggest enemy. Because she has to remove it in order to make herself correct. That's why she never shows screenshots of any of these people within these fandoms saying whatever. Because here's the thing.
Shadow was her biggest enemy. Continue.
I mean, the shadow called context, yes. The problem is that when a key point in propaganda historically is dehumanizing your opponent. Not showing their faces, not telling you about their very real human struggles, and putting them in environments where they cannot learn about those things, is how people propagandize to you. They remove information, and they tell you things about the other side that may or may not even be true, and they obfuscate the issue. Lily refuses to show screenshots of people on the internet saying dumb shit. That means that she is relying upon fear-mongering you into believing that these people exist, or that this is as big of a problem as she says it is, when in all accounts, it probably fucking isn't. It probably isn't. She's probably making it up. It's probably like a couple of people on fucking Twitter that have like 10 likes at most. But here's the thing, for all I know, that isn't true. But I don't know because she doesn't fucking tell me. And the fact that she is not willing to engage with the people that she is arguing against is a huge sign that that's probably what's happening. It is what it is. Don't fucking believe this bullshit. Do not. Yep. Think for yourselves. No. Watch the shows that she's talking about. Check her. Every single step of the way. Check her bullshit. Because that's what it usually is.
Regardless of quality, that I'm ever going to find interesting. And that goes double for the other two Vs. They just aren't.
Am I coming through?
No, you are. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, it's fine.
I'm ever going to find interesting. And that goes double for the other two Vs.
Oh, and by the way, okay, then it's your fucking bias. You are letting your view of the entire world prevent you from engaging with the character on their own merits. But you have the nerve to call yourself a critic and say that other people have a problem with looking at tropes and saying whether it's good or bad. Fuck you.
They just aren't interesting specifically because they represent ideas and concepts that exist to absolve the public of responsibility for their own bad behavior. Indeed, that's what happens in the story itself. The sinners don't...
You know, I'm not gonna get on the whole propagandizing thing, but like, again, them not being interesting does not make them bad. Like, being not interesting is like the lowest problem that we've had with like a character in this show, which is part of the reason why I think Vox is the second best character in the show.
Yes. Everything like, Vox says about heaven and hell that convinces people to be on his side have all been things that are at least somewhat true about the circumstances. Hello?
Yeah, like
him oh my god, I'm back.
You're back. You're just in time for the last 3 minutes of the episode or the video.
Here's what happened. Half of my room went out. Like the outlets on the window on the wall with the windows and the wall that has like my computer and everything, all that went out. The other half of my room is fine, so we have to like set up an extension to the other half of the room.
God damn.
That sucks.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, so when I sent you guys the message of that like a minute or two after that happened, which means it's been like almost 20 minutes since this happened. I sent the message to chat about that long while after.
Yeah, we saw that and we were like, "Oh shit, that sucks."
Yeah, about 16 minutes ago.
Yeah, so to catch you up to speed, essentially what happened is that Lily is saying that like Vox, the problem with Vox is that he represents a false view of conspiracy theories. And the story is trying to say he was able to manipulate people into doing what he wants in a way that has nothing to do with what's the word, manipulating their already established grievances, but that's not true. He does the opposite.
Yeah, no.
He manipulates
exactly
what they
what
actually
he does.
believe. Yeah.
Yeah. The only time he doesn't do that is when he's like, all right, this isn't working. I'm going to straight up brainwash them, which is different from propaganda.
Yes. And the show literally denotes these two different things happening. And the reason why the public turns against Vox, aside from his, TV's not working, is because they literally show him wrecking the city and lying about caring about them and their safety. He literally nearly blows up the entire town. Yeah. All to just destroy this one fucking person because he's a petty bitch.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how more blatant you need to do than that. But then we got into a whole other conversation about like everything that he is that Lily only believes this way because she herself is a propagandist. Ironically enough.
Yeah.
Think about the way their anger
so
was weaponized
what
and how so easily they almost doomed themselves all for
some point. Because of course.
Yeah.
Their own bad behavior. Indeed, that's what happens in the story itself. The sinners don't think about the way their anger was weaponized and how so easily they almost doomed themselves all for one guy's vengeful crusade against his ex-situationship.
I mean, to be fair, literally the entire season ends right after the final battle happened. So it's not like people didn't self-reflect. It's that we didn't get to see it happen, if it did. That's an entirely different problem.
Not to mention, of course, most of them won't. I know it's a tired and kind of bad defense to say, oh, they're in hell to justify certain things, but yeah, no, they're in hell. A lot of them probably wouldn't really care to self-reflect like that. A lot of people came to the hotel because Charlie was able to prove her case afterwards and make things sound appealing, but still.
Yeah, there'll always be people that do not want to believe in the truth, despite it being right in front of them. And that's life. It's what the people say. Big Joker moment. Anyway.
I probably got like 15 minutes left in me before I gotta eat and shit.
Okay.
Well, luckily we've only got 3 minutes left, so.
And just walks off saying, let's never speak of this again. The public.
Well, no, that's the overlords. Those are the overlords. They're not the entire public. Again,
but the show doesn't focus on anything because the show is badly written.
Yeah, it is. But
So,
like,
I
that's
can
not...
half give it to Lily in this case.
Well, that's a different problem.
Had that in the back. They could have at least had it like murmurings in the background and such.
And I agree with that
because it's not as funny.
And I agree with that, but that's not the same problem. The problem she's trying to point out is completely fucking different.
Yeah.
Are not victims of media propaganda, but 100% willing participants in it. It cannot thrive without their express consent. The reason you are not immune to propaganda is because propaganda thrives on your confirmation bias. It works because you want it to be true. Sure, maybe you, the leftist person watching this, can't fall for conspiracy theories about the Jews, but if the fascists just say elites, that instead your brain fills in the rich, when that's not what they meant at all. And now they've got you. This is why propaganda works.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Vox did. He said, oh, the angels, the killers, the slaughterers, the people that took away your families.
I'm sorry, are the people of hell not supposed to... Are they supposed to not hate the people who have been massacring them for years?
Like, again, where's the part where this is boring, by the way?
What part of this is boring or uninteresting? Well, the part that's uninteresting... Well, the problem is that she has this false view of Vox to say that he isn't doing propaganda when he is. That's what happens.
And it's like, what? Is it because is it because it takes away from like the original focus of the show? If so, yeah, that's bad, but... That's not because it's boring. That's because it's bad. That's because the plot is badly written and takes a massive detour. Not because it could take a massive detour to talk about something interesting, and it can still be like executed poorly, which is what happened here.
Yeah, and again, she has the problem is that she finds it uninteresting because essentially he made up a version of Vox and his story that does not exist. Like, this whole montage of him going to each of the overlords and promising them things is like, hey, we can kill God and take over heaven and gain more power. You guys like more power, right? And they're like, well, yeah, kinda. Okay, follow me. Like, I don't understand what part of this does not fit into... This is the problem. Even when the show literally does exactly what she asked for, it's still not enough. It still isn't enough. And any of you guys can watch this scene. This is like in a song montage or whatever. It's a bad one, but it's whatever. It's the most simplistic thing humanly imaginable. Go watch this scene because we don't want copyright. Go watch this scene for yourselves and tell me wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Do it, please. I implore you to do so. Because unlike Lily, I'm not gonna fucking gatekeep my fucking comment sections. Dude, do you have any idea how fucking bitch made would that it had been if I had done that after the Bumblebee video? Absolute
I only did that to
one
specific person with the Ruby Part 1 one, and that's because we all know what a problem child fucking Crimson is in the Ruby community. And I'm like, no, after the way you talked to me, and especially my friends before, the way you were to them, I don't want to deal with that here. I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with anyone dealing with you. You're gone.
Yeah, but that's one person who clearly overstepped the line.
Mm-hmm.
You desperately want to believe it, and a little clever wording makes you turn your brain off. It's known in Lacanian psychoanalysis as the subject who is supposed to know. Filtering through the noise and finding the truth is hard, and everyone wants someone else to do it for them. I've spoken about this before.
Yeah, which is why people watch your videos. People already have a bias against Steven Universe. So your video fit right well into that bias. And by the way, I am no better than that. I used to be a fan of Lily. I had almost all of the same issues as she did about Steven Universe before I realized that all of those things were wrong. She didn't mind control me into believing that the show was bad. She introduced elements that were turned out to be false that I didn't consider, but I believed. But it was because I already have a bias against the show. Because she left things out. She manipulated context. And she does that in every single other video that she makes. This is exactly what she does.
Or when talking about how people need to actually read the news more often, and I've got pushback from one person who claimed that it's hard to have a reputable news source.
I do not believe you. Either you show the context or you're fucking lying.
Of course, the solution to that
That was
problem
probably in real life or something, but anyways, let's get going.
is to read a lot of news sources and compare and contrast them to each other. But that's not what people want. What they want is a single unbiased news source. Just one.
Yeah, it's like, all right, you're not wrong.
This coming from like Lily Orch. This coming from the lady who won't fucking like won't even engage with an opposing argument that disagrees with her enough. Like, Lily, don't fucking like talk to other people about looking at multiple sources to be able to research something when we all know fucking damn well you wouldn't listen to even 10% of the people who hate your guts.
You Gox for £5. I think she confused Vox's propaganda and mind control for being the exact same power. Am I wrong? Sounds like that's what she did. That sounds to me that's exactly what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's finish
Wait,
this.
the stream.
CBF, who's Crimson? Don't worry about it. If you're not in the Ruby community, you don't gotta worry.
No, stream has not crashed. It's still going.
Okay.
Yeah, Kai Zero. If you're not in the Ruby community, you don't got to worry about that Crimson guy. They're notorious in the Ruby community in terms of like rabid Ruby stands.
Yep.
Or just like actual like aggressive psycho dick to people they hate.
Yeah, like I feel like I talked about the guy in other places before. Go watch them if you want more information. But you can look them up. You can look them up.
Let's finish this joint.
An app can check and trust blindly, and that intellectual laziness is the reason propaganda gets its hooks in people. Yeah, I could check and verify, but that's like hard.
Yeah, I could fact check myself about this fucking cartoon, but that's like so hard. I could rewatch the scenes.
This straw man looks an awful lot like you, Lily. It's so lifelike. It's so. How'd you make this?
Again,
genuinely
speaking from experience,
it must have hurt for you to make a straw man that is so identical to you. Anyways,
yeah. Let's see. Like, when are we getting to the part where and this is all boring and bad?
Can't you do it for me? As a YouTuber with a Tumblr blog, I've lost count of the number of times someone has come to me with a.
Oh, so now you show evidence. Now you show evidence for what you're talking about.
The one time you do it to jerk yourself off. The one time you do it so you can jerk yourself off about how people come to you for things. And you're like, well, and so you can be like, why do you come to me for this?
Okay, since you've mentioned cognitive disorders a few times, is it normal for dementia to just go away? My mother started feeling better this morning. Seriously, what the fuck? I'm a critic with a psych degree. This is not the kind of thing I'm qualified or emotionally prepared to explain to you. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty weird comment to make.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I'd be curious to know what the context is that it's asking in, because like, if it was let's say if it was replying to like a post where she was talking about dementia in some way, and like Lily was acting like an expert on it, like obviously you shouldn't still trust someone on the internet, with something like that if they're obviously not psych qualified. But anyway, but no, it is still like a weird comment in general.
Yeah, so I do believe her in this instance. Now, why didn't you provide anywhere near the same amount of context in every single other part of this fucking video?
Because she likes that belt, Kaiser! She has to keep the reigning champion! She can't give that up, man!
Dude, when you said that, the belt that I thought of was Granddad's belt from the Boondocks.
I mean, you assume that she doesn't use it for the same thing?
Oh my god.
So we all know that her relationship is fucked.
Dude, just imagine just a commenter saying, "Hey, I'm enjoying Hazbin Hotel," and she's like, "Man, did I just catch you having fun?"
But yeah.
So close. So close. 2 more minutes.
Question
1 minute
so
and a half,
completely
actually.
outside my wheelhouse that I question why that person didn't just Google it. But I know the reason. Google requires sifting through the search results, while asking some rando might get you the answer immediately.
Jesus
and people
Christ,
wonder
you're
why
insulting the
ChatGPT
intelligence of like your own audience member when like for all you know they could be like a fucking they could be like they maybe thought that like you were an expert. Like obviously that would still be stupid of them, but like it's so weird of like that you are going this hard out of your way to fucking mock this person who is asking like a genuine question. Still weird of them to be asking, but like what the fuck, Lily?
Yeah.
Really?
Context is someone asking about their freaking grandmother
it's one
possibly
of
having
your-
dementia.
You're just
crazy,
and you're
crazy.
You're throwing one of your fans under the bus over this.
She always does this. Remember this. Remember, I did that one stream where she talked about fucking world building or whatever, I think. And she did show a couple pieces of evidence. They didn't fit to what she was talking about, but they came from fans of hers. And that's the only time that she actually shows evidence. It's people that who it's the sycophants in her fucking audience.
Yep, let's see what she has to say. Let's rewind it because she's going to ChatGPT shit. I'm like, okay.
No. She says that sifting through information on Google is harder than
that part, yeah.
Google requires sifting through the search results, while asking some rando might get you the answer immediately, and people wonder why ChatGPT is so popular. It takes what previously required a tiny amount of effort and removes that effort, and then suddenly, Grok gets rewritten to be explicitly fascist and gives you fascist nonsense in its answers. You can laser focus on the AI, but you were the problem the whole time. This would not have its hooks in you if you weren't such a lazy bitch. And I can't stop thinking about this when the hypnotism TV media trust us cult leader villain is the focus of the entire season.
Okay, what's
the
problem?
Haven't you just proven how propaganda works then? Like I'm not what's the problem here?
Yeah, if anything,
if
anything, this should prove that you should absolutely love Vox as a villain because he represents every single one of these real world issues, and he dies in the end.
No, he doesn't die. He gets.
Well, yeah, he gets.
Sorry,
he
doesn't die.
That's the one thing we hated. The fact that he didn't die.
I keep forgetting he didn't die. Oh my fucking god.
He gets beheaded.
Nobody dies except for Adam in this show.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Because his power is willingly given to him by a lazy, apathetic public.
Yes, and the show doesn't ignore this.
And that just stays there on screen every time he's singing about what a god he is.
Yes, because he's a villain, and that's what he does.
Let's keep going.
Has my approval rating.
Oh my god.
I would love to see a story about the media that recenters the responsibility onto the public, who is too eager to take a simple, reassuring version of events to avoid thinking too hard about their own bad behavior or their own bad habits. One that centers the laziness and wanting someone else to do your thinking for you as the problem in and of itself. It's as I'm often eager to say,
that's not the focus of the show. Like, and that's not a problem either. The whole propagandizing thing is like barely even really a foot. No, I shouldn't even. We're almost done.
Let's keep going. Yeah.
The algorithm can only put something in front of you. It's on you if you choose to interact with it. If you've ever wondered why your social media feed has so much negativity, it's because you are a negative person.
Hey, just like you are, Lily. But yeah, in any case, it's like, all right, it would have been cool if they did this kind of stuff. Is it really that bad that they didn't focus on that too much? And like the main problem is that again, like they're taking away from the stuff we came here for something that isn't adequately explored. It feels like that's what you're trying to say throughout this, but you don't convey that adequately. Yep, that too. That's you.
these fucking people, these random commenters, these random tweets, these random fucking Tumblrites with boring takes and bad things to say about stories. And you have the fucking nerve, the freaking balls on you, bitch, to call other people miserable. Fuck you, dog.
And the funny thing is, like, all this build up, and that's all it amounts to, like, oh, all this stuff, but that's boring because I would have wanted a show to explore why the sheeple in this situation are also part of the problem. Like, okay,
which it literally does, aside from the conclusion. The only thing that was missing, because we had a time skip, is the conclusion where people just think, oh man, maybe I'm the baddie. But like,
yeah, like who would have thought that in a show about like a bunch of sinners living in hell, where the point is to redeem these sinners and overcome their sins so that they can leave hell, would all also happen to have the kind of vices that would make them so susceptible to this kind of propaganda? Who would have fucking thought?
This is the most sad video I've ever seen of her. This is literally her just projecting all of her own issues onto the show. Onto this character.
This doesn't even have anything to do with, like, Vox as a character, and you can't even say that, like, it's a result of other characters being stupid, because, yes, while you can say that, like, some of the populace is, you know, maybe stupid for falling for it, that's kind of the point of propaganda, and that as you're pointing out, there are a lot of stupid people in real life, and that's how propaganda works. Like, you can't even call that, like, a bad character trait. I think, like, Lily just doesn't like Vox because she just doesn't like him.
Yeah.
And, like, that's fine,
because
but, like,
it didn't do the thing she wanted, and at the same time, it took time away from, it took focus away from what she came here for, but she doesn't say that. Even though that's
think about it this way.
All this, you could have all that, and then you could explain why, alright, they could have done this, but they didn't, and because they didn't, we waste time on this when it takes away from what we came to the show for.
And
I'm kind of running in circles, like, still. Let's just wrap this up.
Think about this. Wait, just one last very important point. I hate Hazbin Hotel. CBF, do you hate Hazbin Hotel?
I'm kinda. I definitely don't like it.
Do you think it's bad? Do you think it's bad? Yes, you think it's bad. Pete, do you think Hazbin Hotel is bad?
Yes, unquestionably.
I think this show is absolute fucking dog shit. But is Lily lying? Lying about Vox.
Oh, lying about Vox?
She's at the very least wrong.
Yeah.
She's a charlatan. She gets things wrong right by accident, or they're otherwise, like, incidental.
She is saying things about Vox's character that is factually untrue. And I think that means a lot that we can admit that, despite the fact that we hate this fucking show, we think it's garbage, we think it's overrated, we think it's bad. If we are saying that something's up, you have to understand that something is up. And if you don't believe us, go watch the show for yourself, or go watch other analyses that kind of break it shit down a lot more in detail.
Yep.
So all that means that it doesn't matter how well Vox is written, because Vox's entire...
Yeah, like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, it doesn't matter because they didn't do the thing. But yeah, let's keep going. Let's end it.
Presence in the story is based on faulty ideas and themes, and I'm just not going to walk with the show to that pier. Anyway, that's enough discourse for one day. Come back next time for... I don't fucking know. Something not Hazbin related, unless something else annoys me. Bye-bye!
So basically, you're not going to engage with the show on its own terms because it's about a propaganda man doing propaganda for a season, and you're like, no, because propaganda only works because people are sheep. It's like, okay.
Yeah, which is literally what happens in the freaking show.
If you don't want to engage with that, that is not the show's fault.
No, it's not even
that. And on top
that.
of that, it's like, this reason you put this in your video about why discourse is bad. This just proves that you have made some of the dumbest discourse of all.
Yes. Like,
discourse that won't get anywhere because no one's going to take this part seriously.
No. Because you show no evidence, and then you lie about what's in the story. You accuse Vox in the show about perpetuating an idea about conspiracy theories when that is not what's happening. You are saying things about the show that are factually untrue. You're lying.
This video is worse than the show itself, and that's impressive.
And you
Considering
can't
the show is like a 2 to 3 out of 10.
And
this
you
is a 1
can't,
to 2.
And you can't even engage with it on its own merits or talk about how well it was done because it grosses you out too much. And
you instead can't even engage with the fandom honestly or constructively.
Yeah, because you're such a goddamn pussy, Lily. Oh my god.
This video's
like so it's a regular for it's a regular Lily vid. It's the usual. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Everywhere's a heart and a feeling.
Somebody once told me the world is.
Stay tuned for when our vid comes out so we can show you how it's done. Even though we also showed you how it's done a couple times here.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Any last statements, chat?
I'm gonna wash this out of my mouth with Broly beating the shit out of Team Ruby.
Do y'all want to watch that? It is 2 minutes.
If you want to.
But I gotta go.
Okay, you can go, CBF. It's good having you. And yes, we got something really good cooking for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned for that.
It'll be over 30 minutes. I hope to get it done by the end of this month.
Hell yeah, dude. All right. Good seeing you, man. Thank you for coming.
Ya. Yeah. Bye, guys.
Take care, man.
Bye, chat. Subscribe to me. And adieu.
Yep, links in the description if you want to subscribe to CBF. He makes good work that the algorithm seems fucking hell-bent on not showing anyone. So yeah, so here is Broly being the shit out of Team Ruby as a palate cleanser. Wait, what the fuck? What the hell? Why is it keep doing like a vegan thing?
I think so. I just saw this one like looking for Ruby fighting games and this came up. That's it. So yeah, I'm assuming that this is like a Mugen.
Yeah. Dog, my older brother used to love that type of shit.
Like these Mugen kind of games.
Yeah. All these Flash games and stuff like that.
Have you seen like the ones with like a pair of Adidas shoes? It's just like there's some funny Mugen kind of mods out there.
Dude,
I don't even know what's fucking happening.
God damn. Press X if you think Kaiser has a Hazbin Hotel waifu.
No, Broly, get
God
up!
damn it, he lost the first round.
Save us, Broly!
Please save us from that. Hello, police. I'd like to report a slaughter.
Yeah!
Yeah, there we
Super
go.
Saiyan, kick the. Oh, Super Saiyan 4!
Oh, and now it's really over.
Kick their asses, Broly! I don't even fucking know.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is a rose to a god? A miserable little.
Dude, this should have an epilepsy warning. What the fuck am I looking at?
We should probably have like an epilepsy warning. What the hell?
Jesus Christ. Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. So, like, each one of them have, like, a health bar or something?
I guess so. I don't understand how this is supposed to work. I think this is just an animation. I don't even think this is actual Mugen.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hey!
There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
4-on-1. That just wasn't even fair.
Yeah, it wasn't. But hey, listen, it just feels right, people. It just feels right.
All right, I feel better about the Lily video now.
Ah, that was cathartic. All right.
Was.
I never seen that like Mugen one before. I've seen like a lot of different ones, but this one
Yeah.
I've never seen before.
Like I know that there's a bunch of other. Oh god, this one where Goku fights a Nokia 3310.
God, I didn't even look at that. What the fuck? Dude, honestly, maybe I should have like a stream or like a segment that I can make into like a video where it's like just
like
watching Mugen stuff. That'd be awesome. Or like or talk about old Flash games on the internet.
That'd be fun. God, yeah, that would be cool.
But yeah, anything you want to shill, Pete, before it's over and done with?
Nothing I want to shill at the moment. Again, it'll just. I am working on something. I'm not gonna make any promises. It's just it'll be out when it's out.
And yeah, I like that. It'll be out when it's out. The great periodic Pete. The great periodic Pete. He's really great.
Don't you talk about me, you son of a bitch. It's me, the meth bringer. You just hear the Breaking Bad theme start playing. Anyways, I gotta get back to my MTG addiction.
Yes.
By the way, we gotta play sometime.
Well, yeah, 100%. We should play on Spell Table because like I made a Moxfield account and I basically put all the decks I'm using on there.
Yeah. So you use Moxfield for? I actually think I have a Moxfield account. I could be thinking of like a different. Yeah, no, I do have a Moxfield account. So like the way that you work with
Spell Table. So what I do is that I cut on the digital camera while having the Moxfield open. So
digital camera through OBS?
OBS, yes.
Okay. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, in OBS this says start virtual camera, and you just do that while having it only show like having a scene where it only shows like the window capture of your Moxfield. And then you cut out, your hand and the other half of the screen where you can like search for cards and shit like that. It's really easy to do. It's very convenient.
Yeah, I gotta try that at some point because I really need to like try out decks before I go out and buy them.
110%.
Because like I used to
love doing that. Like I've been having so much fun with it, honestly, because with how much I'm getting into Magic the Gathering, I wonder how I can fold it into my content. Like, guys, would you be alright with seeing me play Magic the Gathering on stream?
Yeah, just do like a chill stream where you do like a Q&A where we play, we just do some Commander, some casual Commander. I wonder if there's a way that you could like simulate a draft through Spell Table somehow. Like, I feel like you would need some. I don't think you could do. Maybe you could do. Well, no.
I don't think you can do a draft. I don't think you can do that. But like, if
you would need to do like some very specific kind of like way to do that. But probably like some kind of other application that you would need to actually share through Spell Table. And I mean, at that point, but like at the very least,
Also, Zeal Gold, Kaiser, if it makes you feel better, Warhammer 40k fans want a piece of Lily after she said that Sailor Moon can beat the Emperor. Okay, Pete, on a scale of 1 to 10, how cap is that?
Okay, we're talking about the God Emperor in his prime, right? In which case, what the fuck are you talking about? The God Emperor is... And again, this is coming from someone who doesn't know much about Warhammer. The God Emperor, to my understanding... His telepathic abilities as a psyker is so great that he is single-handedly responsible for all the warp travel for all of mankind, fending off, like just telekinetically fending off demons and demons invading from the warp pretty much all across the galaxy just by sitting in his goddamn throne. Again, correct me if I'm misunderstanding this in any way, shape, or form. But like, dude is in his prime was one step below a god, And the only reason why he was one step below was because he wasn't having the kind of offerings that he was having while he was on the throne, by which point a lot of people have theorized that he has just become the fifth Chaos God. So I don't know much about Sailor Moon either, but like I'm pressing X to doubt on that. I'm just saying.
I've seen some pretty high scaling for Sailor Moon, not gonna lie. Okay, I've seen that before because I was curious. Okay, there was somebody that said Sailor Moon could beat Goku. I was skeptical. But dog, with the shit that I heard that 40K is capable of, fuck no. Not even close.
I'd have to do a little bit of research, but like my money is still on the Emperor. Yeah, but that's gotta be the weirdest like matchup ever. Just the God Emperor versus
Sailor Moon.
I don't know much about Sailor Moon. Again, I would have to just do some research on that. But yeah, no, I would love to play like some Magic with you at some point. Plus, I want to put together a like with the new Team NT set coming out. I want to put together a Genova mutant deck. And also just because I grew up with Turtles. I grew up with like the cartoon and the movies. I'm a little bit disappointed that like certain things didn't make it into it, but I think that's mostly just because I have a huge bias for the 2003 cartoon.
Me
and I know
too.
that a lot of people I noticed that there's not a lot of references to the 2003 cartoon in the there's some here and there, like there's the Triceratons and stuff, but I would give so much money for like a sort of Tengu.
Of the theme songs, like okay, the 2012 theme song is heat. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like the best one is the 2003 one. That one is the best one to me. It's always been. I think so. It's so fucking. It is so fucking heat, dog.
Between that and admittedly Back to the Sewer, which I don't actually remember.
If the Sewer is underrated. Back to the Sewer's opening is underrated.
Oh, very
it's
much
so good.
I barely remember like much about the show. I still have the song stuck in my head because I was banging to that shit night and day as a kid.
Oh my god, it's so fucking good.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of stuff I can make with that. And yeah, I'd be down for like
but for chat, for reference, there is a Universes Beyond crossover between Magic the Gathering and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And so there are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards coming out really soon. I can do an unboxing, probably, depending. I can probably do an unboxing at some point as well. If y'all want to do that. The problem is that I would need some donations first.
Oh, don't mind me.
Things are
just
really
like whistles tight. Casually. Just gonna. No, I don't know if I'll.
Listen, if things are pretty tight right now.
Just check. Yeah, just keep a close eye on your Patreon. I'm not for any particular reason.
Okay, I'll have to see, all right, and I'll just be thankful that it happened. But in terms of things planned, okay, so depending on how things go, I definitely would love to do more like Magic the Gathering-esque content. So because that's just been my obsession for the longest time. I definitely want to tell you guys about how Magic the Gathering works because probably a lot of y'all don't know about it. So we can do a stream talking about that, and then we can do another stream, or maybe the same stream, just having a 1v1 game, and then we'll see how it goes for Spell Table. But other than that, we have some very special content on the main channel waiting for you. First off, the whole entire Lily Orchard thing we just did will become a segment on YouTube. No, it's not going to be the entire, 3 hours. Go fuck yourself. No, that's not happening. But what will happen is that I'm going to cut it up, put it on YouTube, edit it, do all that shit, and that will be the fucking video for this month. And the next month after, we are going to have some World Trigger fucking content, people, and some of the best yet. I have so many good things and awesome things planned that I really want to do, that I've always wanted to do, but haven't gotten to because of time. So I hope y'all will have fun with that. Thank you all so much for the donations. Thank you all so much for contributing to the discussion. If you have any more thoughts about what we can potentially react to, or what we can potentially, talk about in the future, leave them in the comment section below. And I appreciate y'all for coming.
Yep.
So thank you. And we'll see you next time on another episode of Kaiser versus the World.
Stay platinum.